welcome back to more Valheim. Um, Today we are starting a new run. This run is going to be focused on bows and crossbows, so archer, basically. Um, I dialed back a little bit on some of the mods. I talked about this on Friday when we finished up the Fist run. Also, hi. How's everyone doing? But yeah, basically not a lot has changed. I was looking into like mixing it up a little bit and using a couple of different mods. But due to conflictions and uh basically I'd have to, in order to replace Valheim Plus here, I'd have to like get like another like 15 mods that all individually do things that Valheim Plus does altogether, so I think they both technically count too. Um, but yes. So, not actually sure where the red is, but probably somewhere like there. Um, by the way, would anyone like to recommend names for the character here before we start this run? Just throwing that out there. Um, while you guys are doing that, I guess I will say that but yeah, so I dialed back on the mods a little bit. So we're ditching epic loot. We're not going to be doing the deep north for a bit from the mods that we were playing before. Beyond that, not much has really changed. I kind of just dropped, a couple of mods rather than, you know, adding a bunch of stuff. I probably need to do a little bit of, what one would say, shopping around, I suppose, for some, like, different mods, for maybe, like, the next playthrough or something. I haven't actually kind of perused the newer mods or anything in quite a while, but yeah, like, this still felt kind of true to the game, I suppose, is the way that I would put it. Like, I had some interest in the backpack mods, and like there's a quiver mod that was kind of cool, but there was literally just like a bunch of conflicts and like some things that were kind of funky like in game with like button combinations and lots of overlaps and stuff like that. So like between that and basically losing Valheim Plus in order to use that, like we didn't really gain much of anything, and it just turned into a big old hassle. I spent a couple of hours kind of like going back and forth and trying different things, but this is kind of just what I ended up settling on. But I will just give a shout out at least to Bows Before Hose was the name of the mod. A little bit of a silly name, honestly, but it had some cool features in it for sure, but they just kind of didn't. They weren't like different enough for me to give up Valheim Plus and, like I said, go download like 15 different mods to do just the same thing that the one does. So this run in and of itself is going to look a lot more vanilla-ish than the past couple of them have been. I also took out the wizardry mod. The wizardry mod was the one that was what gave us the like wizard table and the potion cauldron for some of those extra potions, but we weren't really using it a whole heck of a lot. And so I just kind of figured maybe it'd be better to just like take it out entirely, and yeah, so we'll see kind of how this run goes with being a little bit more vanilla-esque. Scotty? I don't dislike that name. Oh, I should say I like that name, so. Sure, we can roll with that. Seems good. Alright. Let's get a little Fate reference in here. The Gate of Babylon. It's not that different of a vibe from the past couple, with the exception Scotty apparently was related to bow hunting in Norse legends. That's fair. Yeah, there's like a couple of different like bow-centric ones, but I recognize the name Scotty. I've definitely heard it before. Freya is like another one because from Norse mythology, I believe that she's like the goddess of the. I think it's both like the goddess of the hunt and the goddess of like fertility. That might be incorrect though. I believe Freya to be the goddess of the hunt at the very least though. And I think that she was a bow woman type character. But yeah, I mean, we're still gonna have some extra monsters. We're gonna have some extra armor sets and, you know, stuff like that. Just none of the epic loot, like random items dropping and worrying about the enchantment levels of them and all of their bonus stats and yada yada. But yeah, definitely a big warning if people don't like slow pacing. I think that our start is definitely going to be definitely a little bit slower. Love, fertility, and war or something like that. Yeah, that sounds right. Right ballpark. Um, but yeah, we're going to need a lot of wood because of needing arrows. And we're gonna be doing like crossbows too. I'm gonna try to work them in. Like, it's a little rough. I didn't in my testings, I didn't yet like too far. I basically got into like the Black Forest, and we're gonna spend a bunch of time getting bronze and stuff too. So like the early game is gonna be a little bit of a grind fest. I'd like to get most of it out of the way today, but we'll have to see because we are going to need like an exceptionally large amount of wood in comparison to some of the other builds that we've been doing recently. It might honestly be kind of akin to the mage run. I forgot to do world modifiers too. Whoops. But yeah, like the mage run, right? It had a little bit of a slower start, but like kind of once we got going, it wasn't too bad. Although I guess we did kind of dirtle quite a bit on that run as well, in a couple of different points where we were like grinding for our stabs and stuff like that. The run would have been even slower too if we didn't have epic loot on the mage run, honestly, so. But yeah, so in particular, we need a bunch of wood, both for just building and because of like arrows and stuff. On top of that, the build project that I want to do for our base is going to be interesting, I hope. But it is going to take a lot of farming to do. And then on top of that, you know, we're gonna need a lot of bronze for like our armor and a couple of our weapons and stuff. So it's the early game is definitely gonna be a little on the slower side, especially too because the way that our weapon functions, we don't have like super high like DPS, right? We can't just sit there and like swing. We have to like literally like charge up shots. Ooh, that's interesting. That's like right over there. I saw a thing that I want to check out. It was like somewhere like right there. It was like on the river, but okay. Let me pop the world modifiers on real quick. I don't want to go too crazy on like I still don't really want to do double drops, even though 1.5 is basically double anyways. And theoretically, for all the wood farming and stuff, like it would make sense to go up to like triple, but at the same time, it feels a little eh. So we're gonna go to very easy death penalty just because I'm accident prone and I don't want to take huge hits to my skills. Especially on this run, the crossbows, like leveling them up is brutal. And because we're going to be doing crossbows and bows, like two different skills, I especially want to make sure that our skills aren't getting lowered like super crazy. We'll do much less raids because raids are annoying. Teleporting metals because I enjoy that. Combat, we'll keep it normal. I don't like, I don't like dropping combat lower, and for right now, for our, like, kind of our base runs of different weapon types, we'll just do, like, normal difficulty. But I do think that probably sometime in the future I will start doing runs that are, like, raised up difficulty, just to start checking them out and seeing, like, how much harder the game is. Although I think that we won't be doing weapon-specific runs for those, probably. But maybe we will. Maybe, like, after we get all the initial runs down, we'll see we'll see what it's like. But that's the problem for the future. For right now, let's get our start. And I'll give a little tiny bit of a spoiler as far as the build idea goes. All I'll say is treehouse, which doesn't, mean much on its own, but I got some ideas. We'll see how they implement, but it's gonna be a little bit before we get there. So, okay, we got a lot of boars here early on, which is really good. Because we need the leather. I considered kind of like starting the runoff with like using like a club or something like that, just like to farm up our first bow, but I don't know. It just seemed appropriate to just use punches. Our goal here is 8 leather scraps, so should be 4 boars. And we have 3 already, so that's really good. We're gonna need to farm a lot of deer as well. Like a lot of deer. Our early game is a little on the rough side. Honestly. Like, we need so much stuff. Alright, we do have a place that's water side already, so that's good. I don't think we need to go too crazy on like the raspberries and stuff, but I always just kind of gather them as I see them. Need some stone. We'll be crafting our hammer here in a second. We're also going to be looking for flint. Once we get that last boar that we need in order to craft our first bow, we'll probably be kind of shooting down like every animal that we can find, because bows and crossbows in particular are very reliant on their skill level, and that's because of the draw speed of them, which is, like when you're holding the bow down like to charge it. I guess that's not a really good example, punching the air, but yeah, like getting the bow shot ready, and then the crossbow, the reload speed, they get reduced by the more skill that you have, right? So like unlike other weapons where it's just like, oh yeah, like LOL, you do more damage. Like bows and crossbows in particular, very, very reliant on their skill levels being high. We also need a lot of flint too. We need a lot of stuff in the early game. It's going to be really hard to kind of like just breeze through it. But we would definitely like to find one more pigu. Not so worried about the deer right now. Once we get our... Oh, there's a pigu. Okay. Once we get our first bow crafted, the crude bow, and some arrows, then we're going to be in really good shape as far as like sneaking up on deer and being able to just take them down. Ooh, lots of boars. Ow, damage. Gotta be a little careful here because pigs actually do quite a bit of damage when you don't have armor. Should probably collect a bunch of the resin too, just for like fire arrows and stuff. I don't really plan on using a lot in the way of fire arrows, but it's an option. And also, unfortunately, we don't have like too many like extra weapon types and stuff from like the mods, but there are a few of them, so it gives us a couple of extra like options, essentially. Some interesting stuff we can do, but it's not like super crazy like, oh my gosh, brand new wild stuff per se. Which is why I say like this run in particular is probably going to be a little bit more vanilla-esque and like a little bit tame compared to some of the other stuff going on. Like us having, you know, throwable claws and recalling spears, that type of stuff, but... Okay, so this is exactly what I thought it was. It's in a really precarious spot. But yeah, finding this boss altar early is interesting. The Asmodeus. Or Asmodeus, depending. We're not going to really do a whole heck of a lot with that, I think, but I guess that gives us a reason to farm some necks. Maybe we can beat the boss up for the heck of it. Slow our early game down even more. Okay, 44 wood, not a lot, but it's a good start. I was gonna say I didn't see any black forests along the way, but apparently there was some where we first spawned in, so good thing to know. And yeah, we should have enough stuff for our first bow here. I'm just looking for a spot to put a workbench down. Honestly, I probably need to go up to the top of this hill. Hills are very not flat. This should be fine enough, I think. It's also going to be a little bit before we get our first armor set, so we're going to probably make like just leather armor. You know, at least to start off with. Our first armor set isn't until bronze, or I guess our bow set isn't until bronze, and then it's gonna take like a bunch of farming in the Black Forest to get it, because we have to fight bears and stuff. Okay, is that good enough? It is good enough. Okay, so, crude bow. And a whole bunch of wood arrows. We don't actually have much in the way of wood. Okay. Use up all our wood making the station. So though, not too bad. Didn't take us a whole super long time to get our first bow. We also need to craft an axe. Because, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of chopping. Whole lot of chopping. I honestly expected that to drop off way harder, which is why I aimed so high. Oh, nice. Got a trophy already. That is good. We need many of them. Alright, let's get our flint axe. It's gonna be big for the chopping of the trees. Making sure we have plenty of arrows. This is gonna be like the big theme of this run, or the big theme of this episode. Chopping trees. I'm not fully sure exactly how I want to do the base design that I have in mind. We probably need some iron, like, to actually do the thing that I want to do, honestly, because we probably need to get to the stone cutter, and then maybe a little bit of extra iron on top of that. So, like, the actual base, or at least parts of it, we might not be able to do until we find, like, the swamp and stuff. But we'll see. I have kind of like an idea in my head of how I want to put it together, but yeah. It'd be like that sometimes. Okay, so to start off with, let's make sure we have plenty of arrows. When I was doing some testing, I didn't craft like too many because I was just constantly out of wood. So, okay, we need 6 deer hide for the crude crossbow. That was not what I intended to break, but okay. But yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of storage and stuff too, which is why we need much wood. And we are full inventory already. Okay. Okay, so we'll probably drop a few rocks, I guess, as we kind of pass through here and pick off some more deer. And probably some foxes. Really hard to get a super great handle on the crude bow. Like, its drop off is so random to me. I don't use it very often. I normally just bypass it. Yeah, I normally try to bypass it if I can, but part of it is also the skills. Like I was saying, you know, bow skills make everything better. Yeah, we'll pick up more stones, I think. Wood is going to be the more important resource here in the early game. We do want to establish our base, or like a storage facility type of a deal, pretty early, but we really want to be close to a black forest, because we're going to need a lot of resources from there. We don't want to be like... What am I trying to say here? We don't want to be running our resources like super duper far if we don't have to. So I kind of wanted to just scope out in this direction towards our Eikthyr altar that we have and see if there's any black forests close to it, because otherwise we're just gonna go like build a bridge across this river somewhere, and then we're gonna come head down here towards this black forest and probably live down there. Thought I heard another deer over there, but I guess not. What sounds like fun? We got a lot of deer actually, kind of scattered about. I'm kind of scanning the tree lines right now, trying to see if I can spot any of the black forest trees, but doesn't really look like it. So I guess for right now, both to get our rested buff, but also so we can just get a little bit of a sleep in, let's make a little bit of a tent base. This will also help with our inventory a little bit. We're basically just gonna make a basic shelter here. Very, very rudimentary, nothing special. Is that an... Oh, that is enough for a crossbow. Okay. Should probably cook some meat too. But yeah, kind of, as you can see, we just go through all of our wood super duper fast. Also, realistically, we can probably beat Eikthyr literally as we are now, and we are gonna need to. I mean, we're gonna need to fight Eikthyr like a bunch of times. Oh, also I don't have the deer trophy anyways, but yeah, we have to beat Eikthyr like 6 times or something like that. For like some of the modded or blah blah blah. Eikthyr has a special weapon, which is a crossbow. That's like pretty good. And if we don't just get it as a drop, then we like have to fight Eikthyr like 6 times for materials for it. Honestly, it's kind of expensive to craft, but might just do it just because. Just to like show it off, but we'll see. Theoretically, I think you might even need to beat Eikthyr more times than that, like just to upgrade it and stuff too, but yeah, antlers. It's funny too because the bow is called the buckshot because, you know, Eikthyr is a stag. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. I just wanted to scope out this direction a little tiny bit, but we'll probably end up doubling back and then doing like what I said, so. Oh yeah, especially if this is like a wider river. Don't really want to deal with all that. So yeah, crossbows. So crossbows are annoying. If you can see, like my bar is going up of like loading the crossbow, right? So if I sprint, it completely cancels it. And I have to like wait for the whole thing again. So you have to like wait for your crossbow to be loaded before you can start sprinting again. It's kind of annoying. And by kind of, I mean it's really annoying. Okay, I'm kind of curious about the farm that's going on over here, because they can have maypoles and stuff. And I don't think that a maypole is going to benefit us very well, honestly, with the build idea that I have in mind. But if it's a maypole, I want to build by it anyways, because maypole. They're lucky. Oh, also, okay, so here, I sheathed my weapon, right? So if you unsheathe the weapon, you have to reload it again. And that's how crossbows work in vanilla too, by the way. Like they're so obnoxious. All right. I wasn't planning on going across this river. Oh, there's Black Forest right there. Okay, so that kind of works. So if there's a maypole here, then this is actually kind of good. Maybe. Some stacks of wood though. It's nice. There is a crossbow in vanilla, yes. It's called the Arbalist. And it's, I think, it's either Mistlands or Ashlands. It's really late in the game. Oh my gosh, there are so many boars here. So no maypole, but lots of boars. There's actually like a crazy amount of boars here. What the heck? Oh my gosh, I did it. It sprinted before my load was done. Don't take that out of context. But yeah, so as long as you don't put the crossbow away once you're done loading it, like, you can run around with it loaded, but if you sheath it or like swap weapons, then you're gonna have to reload it again, like once you're ready to go back to it. Oh yeah, feathers. I gotta be very mindful too of like shooting down birds and stuff. But yeah, so as we kind of saw there, the weak point of crossbows is kind of like if they don't finish enemies in one shot, like it takes a really long time to like reload, and you're a little immobile while doing so. So typically speaking, I'm gonna say that bows are probably better. It just kind of depends. Crossbows I think scale really well though, so even though like we just have like the crude crossbow at the moment, I do believe that, you know, like in general, they tend to be pretty good. Okay, so yeah, that's like a not full wood pile, but I mean 16 wood is nothing to scoff at, especially when you just like take a few piles like that. We're almost at a full stack of wood again. Were there a couple more? Maybe not. This was a pretty nice little farm area though, like for what we kind of needed here in the early game. Like we got bees, we got a bunch of wood, many boars, so we're not hurting for it saw me. We're not hurting too much for leather scraps or food. Definitely a good start. Lots of deer around too. That helps quite a bit. Thought I heard another one, but I don't see another one. I think I just heard a grayling too. But yeah, so as far as the crossbows go, like basically all the crossbows that we're gonna see here are gonna be modded. You know, this is why in particular I really like this mod pack, because adding all of the weapons, like, or adding weapons at different weapon tiers, like, it's really nice to be able to actually scale through the game with crossbows instead of like getting to the late game and then being like, oh, okay, well now we're at the end game, time to start working on crossbows. Though I do believe that the Arbalist is still a really good weapon regardless, like, even if your crossbow skill is a little on the lower side. I think that we're actually out of crossbow bolts now. Alright, so let's go over to bows. We did make a bunch of arrows for a reason. I've also completely lost track of where that black forest was, but It's like somewhere in this direction. Alright, nice. It's another beehive. I think that we hit, I think we hit the ivy there. Yeah, there we go. Honey might actually be kind of good for us early on, just as a food source, because I think that we're going to be leaning a little bit more into stamina foods. So I think that we'll do like 1 health food, double stamina food. Might be kind of like our go-to for a while. No treasure chests. Got a couple of oak trees here. It's nice to know. Not sure exactly how much like fine wood we're gonna need, but there we go, there's Black Forest. And the other oak tree is over yonder. Something like that. Okay, so we got a little bit of a river here going through Black Forest. That's helpful. Always good to have Black Forest next to water because then you have access to tin. You know, if we find a spawner early on, I might actually spend a little bit of time at it just so that we stock up really well on like Grey Dwarf eyes, and then like we'll also get a bunch of wood and stone from it too. So we do need to kill a few razorbacks, and we need to like murk every bear that we see. Bears are going to be one of the most important creatures on this run, because that's gonna be for our armor set. Hey, Kina. How's it going? Yeah, we just need so much stuff. So much. Ooh, pizza. Very nice. I'm thinking maybe in this big clearing somewhere here is maybe where we'll set up shop, but no final decisions have to be made as of this moment. Yep. And then we'll have ocean access like right here. It's gonna look like a we are no elf. We are a Viking. big muscles and toned abs. I don't know. But yeah, it's the thing. Dark elf Viking. Questionable at best. Alright, so we got a little bit of stuff going on here. We got some pine trees. Yep, lots of great ores. Ow. This might be a little bit rough. Ow. Me missing like point blank shots is going to be a regular occurrence here for sure. Sometimes the enemies move really erratically and like they stop and start at like weird intervals. Always throws me off. Okay, well, we're for sure not going to be building inside of this little Viking grave area, so can use it as kind of a temporary, little temporary thing. Put down another little shelter, put down some chests, store stuff for right now. Let's just do like 3x3, I think. Should be good enough. Waiting a minute, waiting a minute. Yeah, I have a guess, but I'm pretty sure that we all know who this person is. I could be wrong though. we have no wood. It all goes so fast. Yeah, that's where I'm sitting too. That's what I remember. That's why I wasn't 100% sure. Kind of. I figured, but I didn't want to be like the, yes, I'm just assuming 100%. But yeah. It was a mirror all along. Let's actually do a different roof piece there. That should help the smoke. But this should also give us enough covering where it shouldn't go out to a storm, hopefully. Alright. And so it begins. The storage of the things. A new base. Inventory is clear. It's almost nightfall, but we can chop down a couple more of these trees just to kind of top back off on like bolts and stuff like that. Ammunition. Ooh, Becky crack. Alright, so first phase of our 10 million step plan. No, I'm just kidding. But first step is good. We have both of our weapons, which is great. We have ammunition. We found black forests. Started getting some deer trophies. Basically, we should be marking like every deer that we come across. We're gonna need to move into the Bronze Age. I'm not in that big of a hurry to defeat Eikthyr though, honestly, because we have a whole ton of farming to do here in the early game. And while getting bronze is good, like it's multi-step process, right? Because we have to find a dungeon to get cores to actually get, you know, like the charcoal kiln and the smelter anyways, so it's like it's not something that we can just kind of jump straight into, so not too worried about it right this second. Ah, there's the deer. I was like, I heard deer barking. Ah, it just got behind the rock. Elder is a little far, but might actually be connected. I'm just gonna punch that barrel. I don't want to waste arrows on that. Alright, what are you doing, Super Piggy? Getting turned into bacon. That's what you're doing. One star Grey Dwarf, because why not? Carrot seeds, it's good. I'm gonna need kind of the cultivator before I can start on our build, but Got some coal. We like that. So, not too shabby. We are finding, you know, some of the good early game stuff here. Oh, right. I honestly forgot that I was gonna take that deer down. If we find a dungeon though, I probably will kind of shift into going into it for cores, so we can set up like smelter and stuff like that. Because at the very least, getting enough tin and getting a cauldron down pretty early, it's gonna be good. Yeah, basically. Get the fine wood recipes. I also normally don't spend so much time like kind of breaking down wooden stuff in the early game, but might help a little bit doing that because of how much wood we need for this run. Let me in. Okay. Now that we're in here. Whoop! Oh, nope, that didn't work. Okay. Well, honestly, it's kind of a waste of effort going after that, but, whatever. I am not in a big rush. That is a bear. We need to take down every bear that we see. Our damage is not the greatest. Okay, let's find a better thing to kind of circle around. That tree was not doing it. And honestly, hunting bears down early is really good just in general anyways, because we'll be using probably a lot of bear meat as well. Bear meat is just really, really good. Shoutouts to modded food being OP. I don't know if it's OP, but it's very good. I probably want to take a couple minutes as well to backtrack and go get our stuff from the other location and probably just nab deer along the way. So like I was saying, we need a bunch of them, so the deer hides are good for us for getting our leather armor early. We need like 12 deer trophies or something like that, probably. I suppose not like guaranteed for sure, but food. I'll call that food. That chest is kind of already full. Okay. Ooh, we need core wood too. Yeah, that's kind of an important thing. Yeah, we're gonna fill up like a bunch of chests really, really fast, so. Can't really do much about like getting a whole storage system like prepared though, really. Should probably hold on to these, but there's not very many of them anyways. But we will need some sort of like a temporary storage system of some kind early on, I think. Gotta keep up on arrows. Oh, do we need level... I think we need the level 2 workbench to make leather armor. What is that, 10 flint, 10 wood? For the wood chopping block? Yeah. Just put that outside for right now, because it doesn't really need to be inside. It's not much extra armor, but it's extra armor. It's like 5 more armor than we had before. Should help us a little bit with, like, Grey Dwarves throwing rocks at us, stuff like that. Do. Yeah, it's definitely a good looking stretch of Black Forest for sure, and like we know that it continues on more than that as well, so hopefully it'll be a good size. I also need to figure out some area to make a bridge. And for that, go figure, more wood. Don't really think that we need to shoot down so many piggies, basic piggies, but I know we need like several tusks from the razorbacks, the Black Forest piggies. So those guys are a little bit more of a target right now, but it doesn't really hurt to have, you know, extra meat, extra leather scraps just in case. I've already been in here, yeah? Yeah. If only this was like over there. Could have lived in this for a little bit. I just love the buildings with ivy on them. They're cool. And core wood. We need core wood. I hear another deer close by. Just don't see it. I didn't see where this other one ran off to. I think its original place was... Oh, there it is. And there you have it. Do. Not that we've killed too many deer, but we are kind of striking out a little bit on the trophies. A little bit. I mean, we have 4. Can't really complain about that. Also, I should have made a hoe. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Besides, you know, pressing buttons in incorrect orders. Definitely not gonna go super hard on resin, but definitely need probably more than I usually use. Probably. Gotta dodge that wet debuff, no matter what. It's not actually true, but you know. I can't see the thing to snap to it. There we go. That should work. Okay, well, picked it back up, so that's okay then. I should do it on this side. But yeah, I hate like when you're just trying to copy the thing and it like basically double taps. So it just ends up like copying and then destroying the thing that you're targeting. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I don't know why I'm picking up rocks. Don't need those right now. Need them later. Okay, so I like never use these anchors, so this is gonna be my bridge marker. Might be able to get the seagull. Might not be able to get the seagull. Got the seagull. Oh, right. So, I was talking earlier about the bows before hoes mod, which is like a mod about using bows and like having some quivers in it and stuff. I forgot that one of the features of it is it has a configurable setting for getting some of your arrows back. So for instance, like it's like defaulted like 50%, but like every single time that I fired an arrow at this Grey Dwarf with that mod, there would be like a 50% chance of your arrow just like spawning on the ground basically, so you can like pick it back up. Which is very cool. The Bows Before Hoes mod is like a pretty cool mod. You know, I just yeah, it is a weird name for it. It was a funny name for it, but yeah. I basically said the same thing. I missed. Oh gosh, there's more than one. Glad we got that leather armor. Helps a little bit. Wait, what? Really? That hit me? Is there more than... Is there another one somewhere? Or is it just... Or is it just the one? Oh, he has several places to shoot from. I see. Okay. That dude's annoying, so... And the other one ran off. Not really fair, because they have resistance to arrows. Normal arrows. It's just that they're resistant to pierce, but... We will fix that later. Or we will fix this problem later. Okay, nothing fun and exciting up here. I was going out to like go retrieve my stuff from the little base camp over by Eikthyr, and I'm pretty sure that I have like almost a full inventory again. Pretty close. Okay, I guess we'll head back in depot probably do a little sleepo, because it's almost nighttime again. And then we'll run straight there, without picking stuff up. Mostly. That's a big fish. I wonder if that's a size 3, maybe a size 4. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell how big the fish are from just looking at them. At least for me. I don't know, maybe other people have a better eye than I do for the size numeric of fish in this game. Oh, that's bear. See bear, fight bear. Oh my gosh. Crude bow, why are you like this? Well then, spin the bear. Shoot it with a crossbow. Oh my god, I shot the ground. That's the other thing about the crossbow. Every missed shot is like so punishing. I'm honestly not that big of a fan, but you know, the armor set that we're going to be using is bows and crossbows, so it just made sense to kind of get them both out of the way, you know, in the same run. It looks so funny, the little kind of like wobble like from like side to side holding the crossbow. Very like nice attention to detail and like the way of holding the, or I guess that, you know, it's probably vanilla, right, because there is a vanilla crossbow, but I don't know, still like a funny, good funny detail. Do we have a full stack of resin already. Okay. I suppose that's a thing. And once again, just make sure that we are staying stocked up on our arrows, because we go through them really fast. So, I mentioned the treehouse earlier. I will say another thing that you probably wouldn't normally hear. We are actually in the market for pine cones. And they're going to be kind of important to our build, which is kind of a random thing. But yeah, you guys will see. Just you wait. It's gonna be a while though. Like we need a lot of setup to actually get to where we need to be. So I guess like don't hold your breaths. All right. Be a little excited, but just a little excited. Don't get too excited. We also don't know how it's going to turn out. Like, I have an idea in my head, right? But, you know, like, the actual execution of it might not work out the way that I want it to. So. Oh, yeah. Nice. Hello, Logar. Is it Logar or Logger? I imagine it's Logar. You feel free to scream at me if I'm mispronouncing it. All right. I will just apologize preemptively. Kita, no. I did it? Okay, good, good. Yeah, I don't know if this, I don't know if the start of this one is gonna be very exciting though. We're gonna be spending a lot of time farming wood and stuff, so it's gonna be a little, slow. But I'm hoping that the base build is worth it. The idea I have in my head is really cool, but you know, actual execution of it might not be as cool as I'm hoping. We'll see. But no epic loot? Yeah, no, we dropped epic loot. Couple different reasons, but the main one was basically just because it was like we were spending a lot of time, like, we'd craft stuff, right? But then we wouldn't be able to use it for like quite a while usually because we'd be waiting for like enchanted versions and stuff like that. Yeah, I go back and forth. Like, I like epic loot, but it also does feel like it makes the game a little too easy sometimes. I was very torn on it though for this run because one of the abilities in epic loot is called triple shot, and basically it's every time you fire one arrow you're actually firing 3. Bone mass won't actually be that bad. So, like, weapons and stuff like that. So one of the features of Armory is they have different arrow types. So in particular, the two that are really, really nice are we get bone arrows in the early game, and those give us, they do blunt damage. So we actually have, you know, like different damage types to choose from. So with bone arrows, we actually have like an option that's good against bone mass, which is cool. Yeah, they're a little easy to overlook, but I tend to really like them a lot because of the early game, because skeletons are a pain in the butt. Yeah, I haven't really poked through too many of the archery mods, but it does seem like a lot of them are kind of more about like bow mechanics, I suppose. I mean, bows are really powerful in the base game anyways, right? So it's like, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, epic loot has a triple shot affix, which is really powerful. And I think they also have explosive shot, or at least they used to. They used to have a thing where it's like you would shoot and then like your arrow would like hit the ground and like do like an AoE. It was pretty cracked. No, I'm not using better archery. I actually kind of like the base mechanics for archery, so I tend to not actually use many of like the archery modifying mods. I was recommended a mod called Bows Before Hoes by a user here, and I looked into it, but because it uses one of its dependent mods doesn't interact well with Valheim Plus, I kind of went back and forth on it for a little bit, but ultimately kind of just opted into not using it. Which was a little unfortunate, because it has a really cool mechanic thing where it's when you're aiming like this, you can use your secondary mouse button to basically like zoom in. So it'd be like something like this, like, and you can get like really nice shots, but it would have taken a lot of like messing around with configuration files, and like losing Valheim Plus, I would basically have to use like 15 different mods or something to like do all the things that Valheim Plus that I have configured. So I kind of was just like, I'm just gonna stick with this for right now. I might explore it later in the future, especially if I can find kind of an alternate solution to Valheim Plus, or you know, like maybe somebody made like a version that actually, you know, doesn't contradict other mods. So something future project. Kind of also figured I'd see kind of how this run ends up going, because it might be a little, I don't want to say boring or stale, but that's probably how it might end up being. We'll see. That's fair. I've just always used Valheim Plus since I started, you know, playing modded Valheim, so I'm just very used to it. And, you know, it just collectively does so many different things that that I like for different reasons. Oh, of course. You know, like having like the time up here, amongst other things. I have the like number of coal to like metal ingots modified, and like all sorts of stuff, showing timer on like the fermenter. Oh yeah, the last three runs we've actually been using fire and ice. The mage run was the first run. We had an issue with like the game not loading all of the deep north like monuments and stuff, but we actually did spend some time running around and killing things. I guess the main reason was that it was getting a little boring for me. Like the like long and short of it was basically running around and spending so much time just trying to find like the altars, and then otherwise just kind of like not mindlessly but like aimlessly killing things. I was like, alright, yeah, like it's not bad, it's extra content, but like it doesn't have the same, it feels a little off to me. But then also I just like don't like spending 8 hours running around looking for boss altars, which is what happened in like the last run. Like I genuinely think that in total I spent like 8 hours straight just like running across the islands just looking for the boss altars. So I guess that kind of just for like content's sake, I was like, alright, I'm just gonna kind of skip it and we'll just do kind of a more, you know, vanilla run ending at Fader. Yeah, like I really like Fire and Ice, and I like, you know, like I like the concept behind it, right? Which is just like, oh hey, like you have 4 bosses, you have all these different factions of mobs with different drops and stuff, and like using the trophies, etc., etc. Like it's really cool, and I would recommend trying it out at least once to anybody. Just doing it like over and over again for these like weapon-based runs in particular. It was kind of like, okay, cool. Like we did it like, we'll say 2.5 times, because for the mage run, like, you know, we didn't actually really get to do all of the bosses, if any. I don't think that any of the boss altars spawned for our mage run actually, but like we spent like a couple of streams like running around and like fighting the different mobs and getting like the different materials like crystals and stuff. So we saw basically everything except for the boss altars on that run. But then we did the Spears run and the Fists run, and we completed the Deep North on both of those files, or both of those runs. So I was like, alright, we got it out of the way like a couple of times, and just kind of for the sake of my sanity, I suppose. I was like, alright, gonna take at least like a little bit of a break from that, and just do a normal run that ends at Fader. Also, fire drakes are really annoying. Just because of the way that they work mechanically, because they try to fly away from you to try to get max distance to then attack you while in the air. So, for like the spears run, it was like, okay, yeah, we get to like, I mean, I guess with the fist run we did it too because we were using epic loot, but it was like, with recalling, it's just like, okay, well, I gotta get like to where the thing attacks, stay still so I can actually throw my spear at it and see if I actually hit the arc, or the arch, and I don't know, it was not my favorite mob in the world to deal with. Honestly, this run, it probably wouldn't it wouldn't actually be that bad, but yeah, like, I just didn't want to do another, like, one weapon only run, or one style of weapon, like, running through the Deep North, and yeah. We would honestly probably spend more time in the Deep North than, like, the whole rest of the run, because the Deep North just feels like it takes that long. Could just be me. Could be my imagination, but it felt really, really long every time we were there. So yeah, plus the range would make like a huge difference, right? Because that was kind of the main thing, is like you can't just melee the drakes that I was talking about. Like, you have to attack them at range. So you don't have an option. Which, if you were playing the game normally, like normally you have like a bow plus whatever your main weapon is, right? So it's like not really that big of a deal. So it's like, I wouldn't say that it's like a, unless you can jump 50 feet. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Even then, it's still kind of rough, but yeah. So like, I don't like fault like the design of them or anything. Like they work totally fine with like the base game and, you know, how people normally play. But with like, if you're doing just like a melee weapon run, it's rough. 24. We need more arrows. We are always going to need more arrows. Never enough arrows. Okay, most of our stuff is back. We really need core wood. Core wood is what we need. Let's find some pine trees and knock them down. I heard a deer. Where is this deer? It was behind me all along, apparently. Yep, we are in fact going for the bear set. Honestly, I'm a big fan of the bear set. I think it looks really, really cool. Yep. That is precisely the amount of arrows that we need, Kina. 100%. We're also gonna go for the Eikthyr weapon, like, even though we don't really need it per se, but I think it'll be good to show it off. Yeah. I really like that style of progression as well. And I like the idea of like the, you know, the sets, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, you're probably focusing on like one armor type or one weapon type. So yeah, buckshot. It's a crossbow. Well, I mean, you kind of already knew the name of it, so I assume that you probably already knew that, but yeah. But yeah, I really do enjoy the idea of like upgradable armor, so like you stick with one weapon type and you get bonuses for that. Feels really good. There's a slight, you know, bit of feels bad, I suppose, with like you don't really get to benefit from some of the bonuses of base game. Like you don't get to like just be like, oh hey, let me equip my, you know, root harness for like the pierce damage resistance, stuff like that, but I think it's worth it. I haven't played too much Terraria myself. So I'm not quite sure where they overlap per se, but I do know that they are similar styles of games, so there is that. Terraria is cool though. It has a lot of stuff going for it. I appreciate it even if I haven't like played it a whole ton myself. I'm not gonna get the seagull, am I? Oh, I got the seagull. Feathers. I'm gonna need a lot of feathers. So much everything. I also heard another deer. I just want some core wood. I'm getting distracted by everything else on the planet. That would be cool. I would definitely appreciate some sort of a like honestly, at least the crossbow should have a secondary attack where it's like literally, yeah, like you said, like a bow bash, where you just kind of like smack them with the butt of the bow. Honestly, we really need a shield bash too. Some sort of shield where it's like you can block them and then just like kind of smack them with it. Instead, all we have is like, oh, you're using a shield. Okay, well, you don't have a weapon. On the other hand, you punch. But shield bash would be super duper cool. Get some Elden Ring vibes going. I'm sure that, you know, many games have done shield bash before Elden Ring, but it's what pops into my head. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, MASH is a good example of shields being used in an offensive manner. Okay, do we have enough? We do have enough materials. Okay. No, I don't use... So the reason I don't use craft from chests is just because I've had some issues with it in the past. Probably just kind of the middle specs of my PC. If I broadcast from like too many chests, then I end up like having like super insane lag and like game breaking, and not so much game breaking, but like I've had my game crash a whole bunch. So as you crafty boxes. I might be able to look into it, but yeah, like the last time that I used something like that, it was like literally just like my PC was like screaming at me, and yeah, like I was like, ooh, okay, that's a little awkward. That is just a regular workbench. That is not what I meant to craft. I think this is forward. This looks forward. Alright, so there we go. Bone arrows. So this is the solution to our skeleton problems, and probably going to be a big boon to us for fighting bone mass. I don't think we really need bones for too much else, so let's go ahead and make like a full stack if we can. No, we can't do a full stack. We're a little bit short. This will help us get more bones though. And once we actually get into a dungeon, our bone supply is gonna look really good. So, oh right, I also need to make the hoe. Heh, stag hood. Okay, so many of our early game items are in good shape here. How much damage did the fire bolts do? 34 fire and 16 pierce? It's a lot of damage. Probably worth it. We'll kind of just keep the regular bolts around as well, I suppose. Take up more inventory slots, but I think it'll be worth it in the end. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. Okay. You know, since we have the materials for it, and I don't think that we need this for anything else, let's go ahead and just, you know, make our cottage extra creepy. The fox is just staring into our souls. Ugh. Okay, so fire bolts. We'll keep up with wood arrows for right now. And again, just craft some more. Make sure that we're topped off. Can burn through them really, really quickly if you're not paying attention. That's for sure. You get like a little swarm of great orbs and you're spending like 2 to 3 arrows per. Then taking out like random deer and stuff. Missing. Yeah, you can. So easy to burn through arrows. Ah, there you are. I see you, deer. Oh, and there was another one. Oh, okay. I definitely have not been paying attention to our deer trophy count, but we're at 10 now, so dang it. Once we get to 12, I think that we can honestly kind of double back and go beat Eikthyr. Just do farm him however many times. We have to defeat Eikthyr at least twice, because we need to get 1 trophy to put up on the altar, spawn altar, and then we need a second one to craft our armory building. Armory workstation thingy. Yep, it's gonna spot me again. I hear angries. The angries are coming. Oh gosh. There was more than I thought. At least the nice thing about the bow is that it has really good, like, stagger. I don't know if I want to call it damage, but like it's really easy to stagger things with the bow, which helps a lot. I like how it like got behind the tree, stopped, and then it was like, oh, I saw you. I'm aggroed now. So silly. I think I just heard another one too. Am I tripping? Nope. There it is. Oh, 11 trophies. Uno mas. And I know just the deer that could be trophy number 12. Unsure if it finished resetting or not, though. Oh, there it is. Alright, the deer who got away so many times but came back. I believe in you. Give me that trophy. Give me your stuff. Hand it over. Hey! It actually had the trophy. That's very amusing to me. Okay, before I go running off and forgetting the Razorback leather though, let's go nab that. So yeah, honestly this, I mean, it's still been slow-ish, I feel like, the start of this run. But honestly, things are going pretty smoothly so far. I think that we are off to a great start. Curse you, seagull. I definitely do need to be a little bit more on the lookout for seagulls, though. Gotta keep our feather stock high. It's I think you just swapped the U and the L, but other than that, you got it right. Yagluth. Yagluth. I don't actually, not actually sure how you pronounce that, to be honest, but he has a weird name for sure. I have no idea how that fight is gonna go on this run. I have mixed feelings about that fight. It can be really fun, it can be really boring, it can be really easy, it can be really difficult. It's a really weird fight. But I believe in you. You got this. I should craft extra arrows. Honestly. Yeah, I should probably make a whole bunch, actually. Since we're going to be fighting Ache there so many times. If you've never done it before, well, I guess regardless of whether you've done it before or not, bring fire resistance mead. That's gonna be really important. Like, unless you know how to spin the boss, because you can actually legitimately just spin the boss, but I recommend Ratatosk tonics as well if you've found the Bog Witch. Ratatosk tonics help a whole heck of a lot in that fight. At least for the, well, Yeah, probably just in general. I actually don't think I've used them, like, trying to fight him, like, the air quotes normal way. Because once you get fast enough, you can literally just kind of, like, run behind the boss and stay behind the boss, and all he does is spin around. Which is, honestly, it's really funny, but... Um... But yeah, he's not, like, too bad. He has 3 attacks, so like it doesn't really take too much to kind of, you know, get used to what he does. It's just a matter of figuring out like your timing windows or your like your damage windows. Oh, nice. Always fun getting to experience new parts of this game, in my opinion. I don't know why I'm picking up all these rocks. I do not need them currently. But yeah, I guess if you've never fought Yagluth before, like just I guess I'd say try not to get too frustrated with him. He can definitely be a little frustrating, like if you're not used to it. So something reminder to if you feel like you're getting frustrated, you know, you can always pause, take a break. Would be one of my you know, helpful reminders, helpful advice, I guess. And then yeah, if you just kind of like need to take a moment, like while you're still in game too, like just, you know, take a little bit of time to run around the boss behind him and just spin him to like recover health and stamina, stuff like that. But yeah, fire resistance mead is definitely the #1 best tip I can give you. Okay, at this rate, I am probably going to need... Oh, well, I guess we still have that little... We still have the little camp next to Ache there. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna need to repair my bow. Its durability is not the greatest. Should probably upgrade it a little bit too if I can. Pigu, no, don't do it. It's not worth your life. Look. You know, I think something that would be cool would be like in vanilla base game, maybe if they update like the weapon pathing at some point. Something they could do is like give the boars another drop, like a tusk. And then maybe you can like combine tusks and like bone fragments or something. And like wood to make like a bone sword, stuff like that. I'd really like to see some of the weapon types in the game, like given kind of filler stuff in the way that like Armory does. I think that would be really cool. Okay, hopefully we're loaded with a fire crossbow bolt. Let's do this thing. Eikthyr fight numero uno. Honestly, the damage from the fire bolts is not too shabby. Spin the deer. Spin the stag. Whoop. Oh, we're on wrong arrow type. Not that I think that bow and arrows, you know, are bad against Eikthyr, but wood arrows are, like, just as strong. This is just on normal difficulty. The fire bolts are a little strong. At least, like, numerically. They've got like 16 pierce and then like 34 fire on them, which is quite a bit, honestly, for like the arrows. Because like a normal wood arrow is like 22 pierce. Even the wood bolt is like 22. I think that fire arrows are 22 pierce, and then I think they're 22 pierce and then like 22 fire. So like a total of like 44, whereas this is like 50. So they're a little bit stronger than like a normal fire arrow by like 6 damage points. So not like too crazy, but you know, early game I think that like a 6-point difference matters. I think. Alright. That was fight number 1. Fight number 2. I missed. I went for the sneak attack. I got greedy. Oh my gosh, and I canceled the reload animation. La la la, you will never get this. It's kind of fun messing with Eikthyr, honestly. I really like this boss's design, like, not just aesthetically, but like, this boss is very, very simple. Like, I think it's a very good first boss. Like, it's like just hard enough where it's like if you go in completely blind, right, like, it can pose at least something of a challenge, but like, at the same time, like, it's not like super duper hard, so it's not like super easy to get like absolutely discouraged from, you know, moving forward in the game. Something like that. That's how I feel about Eikthyr. Also, honestly, this jump is starting to bug me, so I'm gonna make some stairs. We could keep fighting Eikthyr all through the night, or we could take a little sleep. Let's fight him one more time. See how we feel. Should be pushing nighttime just about then. Also, I used all the firebolts. Whoops. A mistake. Mistakes have been made. That's okay. We'll just go back to bows. I have no regrets about going for the sneak attack again. Got it. Oh, well, I hit. That was big. I'm on bone arrows again. Dang it. Just auto equips like whatever is in like the, like, air quotes, first slot, so it keeps like swapping to the bone arrows when I'm swapping over to the bow, something like that. Not actually sure why, because it's like, you can see that the arrows, the wood arrows are highlighted right now, right? So it's like, I have them equipped, theoretically. So I'm not actually sure like why it's deciding to swap the bone arrows, like, from me swapping weapons. Because you can have other weapons on, but then like have a certain type of arrow equipped, so I don't know what's up with that. Ye old pin cushion. Alright, since we're using bows a lot, I guess, yeah, we should sleep. That way we're not suffering from the cold debuff. Yeah, our arrow count's pretty high, so I think we're good on that. Sleep. We should also check in on where our bow and crossbow skills are. I haven't been paying attention to them, so I don't know how high they are right now. I can't imagine that they're more than like 10, 12? Okay, I was wrong. I was very wrong. Crossbows are at 10, bows are at 20. I see. Said the blind man to the deaf dog. It's all coming back to me now. Okay. We'll load up our crossbow for the sneak attack. Yeah. Some weapons just like have a faster growth rate than others. Oh, missed. Like in particular, like I was looking into it like a couple days ago, I think, just to kind of see like the numerics on it. So it's like crossbows get like 1 XP for like every time you land a crossbow bolt, but I think that bows get like 2 or 2.5 like every time you land an arrow on an enemy, something like that. So it just like it grows a lot faster. It might be like 1.5. I kind of forget. There's a lot of numbers, but I noticed in particular that spears are really fast. Like spears are like 2.25 XP like every single like melee hit, and they get like 1.5 XP like every time you land a secondary attack, which I thought was crazy because spears have one of the fastest like, you know, like melee attacks. So the fact that it gets like so much XP like per hit is kind of wild to me. Doop. Here we go again. Yeah, I knew that was gonna hit. I'm just gonna let it happen. Ah, it swapped arrows again. I'm guessing that maybe like the bolts count as like an arrow type or something, even though it's like, you know, crossbows versus bows. But I guess that it's like I'm equipping the crossbow and then it goes to the bolts, so then it's like defaulting to the bow and arrows since they're first in my inventory. It's a little annoying, to be honest. Something I'll have to keep in mind for sure. Like, I should probably swap the wood arrows to the 5th or the 6th slot and leave the bone arrows in the 8th slot. Seems like a good idea. I don't know if I'm gonna be used to that in muscle memory, but yeah, we'll see. I can see. I can breathe. I can fight! Why do I feel like I know that quote from somewhere? Where is that quote from, Kina? Oh, is it not a quote? I can see, I can breathe, I can fight? Like, it sounds like it's from like a movie or something. Or it sounded familiar, I should say. Alright. Oh, Fairly Odd Parents? I see. Not what I would have expected it to be from. That's silly. Thank you, Akebeer, for having such a huge hitbox. Wait, what? Okay, we like just looked at bows, and we were at 20, and I just saw it ding 23. What the heck? That's crazy. We got so much XP from fighting Akebeer. so many times. Thank you, thank you. I'll look at it later. Okay, so we need to make it back to home. How much space do we have? 238. Could probably could probably break down this little base camp now. Let's do like one side at a time first. Not actually sure how much. Yeah, we're can't carry anymore already. Okay. So let's go put one of our Akebeer trophies on the starting altar. Shoot a couple of deer on the way there. The one really nice thing about the crossbow is how straight the bolts go for like how far they go. Makes for very nice sniping. I actually... Oh wait, no, yeah, we still need a whole bunch of deer hide. Let me put it this way. When you craft Eikthyre's weapon, instead of dropping it, it is so expensive. You guys will see here. You guys will see here in a minute once we get back to base. You'll see how much it costs in the way of materials. Well, so much for that Eikthyre buff. There's another deer. Alright, I guess we're just gonna run with the crossbow out. And I'm dropping the stone. Forget it, we don't need it. I heard another one. There are so many deer on this seed. It's wild. Very, very helpful, considering how many we've needed, but like it's actually kind of crazy how many deer are just like running around. Alright, well, I heard another one. Oh, and there's a 1-star right there. Oh, the bees murdered that piggy. I don't think we need more bees at this point. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have hurt to get those extra bees. I think if you have like 5 bees, then you're pretty good on honey at like... Honestly, even at normal drop rates instead of 1.5. But with 1.5, like 4 is like the magic number, I think. And then 5 is just like, I never want to run out of honey ever. Well, at least solo. You'd probably use a lot more honey, or you'd use a lot more everything with a couple of people, so, you know. It's all relevant. It's in the amount of people that you're playing with. I think I saw like a tree branch and it kind of looked like a deer, so I had to do like a double take. Pigoos! I love that they have like laying down and like stand up animations. It's so cool. We are also about to run out of bolts. And I missed. I don't think we need the trophy. Probably don't need all these Eikthyre trophies either, to be honest, but... I want to make sure I get the tusks. The tusks are a thing that we need. They weigh 1 each. Okay, so I should be able to pick up both of these by dropping 1 wood. To the home! Do 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 do. That's a Grey Dwarf. Not more resin, dang it. Okay. I'm gonna leave that Pigoo alone. I think that we're doing pretty good on Razorback tusks, and we don't need that many. Bears, though. Every bear must be taken care of. We need all of the bear pelts. All the bear pelts in the universe. Oh, hey, speaking of bears. Grayling, get out of here. I thought that would kill him. Okay, I know wood is a precious resource here, but not as precious as the bear materials for this run. We need a lot of bear hides, and we need a lot of bear meat. I guess need on the bear meat is kind of a little bit of a stretch. We would like a lot of bear meat. Bear meat is good. Or so I've been told. Never had bear meat in real life, but I've been told that it's pretty awesome. It's like a delicacy. I wonder if the type of bear has an effect on whether the bear meat is good or not. Alright, so here you have it. 1 Eikthyr trophy, 16 deer hide, 16 deer antler, and 30 core wood. The buckshot is very expensive. Not as expensive on the deer hide as I thought though, but I mean, and this is just for crafting it, that's not even like upgrading it. So, you know. Since we're going to be crafting that, I am not going to upgrade this crude crossbow. What are we missing? The core wood? Core wood. Hey, we actually have the core wood. It's kind of impressive. We need a lot more core wood though. I have plans. So there we go. Buckshot. 16 hard antlers though. That's why we had to fight Eikthyr so many times. And then it's 8 more just to upgrade it one more time. That's so many. Oh, interesting. That makes a lot of sense. So that means that, generally speaking, I assume that the air quotes best time for them is probably, you know, like a little bit before winter starts. Poor bears just want to hibernate. I feel some amount of sympathy for all of our critters. But I understand people gotta eat. And, you know, animals hunt other animals, so it makes sense. Hashtag not shaming hunters. Something like that. Okay, let's do a little tiny bit of organization here, if we can. Just a little bit. We are overflowing in a lot of different areas. Meats. And bees, honey, food things. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't think about this too hard. Everything's fine. Also fair. Ooh, ah. That was a weird sensation in my wrist that I did not really enjoy. Wrist needed a little bit of a stretch, I guess. But yeah, alright, so here we go. Here's... I can't really show it, but... for some reason, character just wants to face the camera. Or wants to face forward, but yeah, here's our buckshot. Got a little deer head on it. Little flamey eyes. Like, antlery, I don't know. I guess that would be the actual bow part of the bow, right? But... yeah, now we have a little magical effect behind us, because why not? I think for right now I'm going to stick to spending resources on... oh, no, not 6. I think I'm going to stick to, like, just the wood bolts, though. Even though the fire bolts do more damage. But also, yeah, bears are beefy, and they're not just a... or I am aware that they are not usually just a LOL one-shot take them down. Big, burly creatures made of muscle and fat. So tanky. Why were our wood arrows split like that? That was weird. Okay. So what is our next objective here? We have the buckshot. We need to probably hit up the dungeons now. So let me actually get the bone arrows out. We'll go ahead and sleep so that it's not raining anymore. And then we'll go into the dungeons, see if we can get some cores, and then we'll set up like our cauldron and hopefully a smelter and other thingy. And then we're gonna have to do more wood farming. Because of course wood farming. Oh. I actually didn't know that. That is a cool animal fact. I love animal facts, by the way, but I see. That's good to know. So they're like even more just kind of like natural tanks of just like... I mean, I guess thinking about it does make sense, right? Because they, you know, I guess that, like, if I really think about it, a lot of the big burly animals that, you know, fight for territory and stuff, it would make a lot of sense for them to do that so that they can actually, you know, win their territory fights, etc., etc. Even though I imagine a lot of the time it's like they don't actually want to fight to the death, right? Just, you know, you need to take a lot of punishment to take out another... assert your dominance over another critter that's super big and beefy. That sounds weird. Don't take that out of context. I don't know what the out of context is, but don't do it. I don't even know how to respond to that ghost. I'm pretty sure those aren't Pixar movies, except for Toy Story. Mr. Dogs. Oh, this is like really bad nicknames for some of the Pixar movies. Is that what's going on here? Like, is Old Baby supposed to be like Boss Baby or something? Wait, that's DreamWorks, isn't it? I see. Yeah, animal effects are interesting. Okay, yeah, so Boss Baby is... Yeah, it is DreamWorks. Okay. So, is Old Baby actually a real thing? Because I've never heard of it. I feel like I'm getting trolled here. Alright, so, this is where the bone arrows are going to shine. We're doing blunt damage with a bow. Boss Baby's illumination? Is it? I stand corrected then. Don't mind me. Well, at least we got yellow mushies, so that's an upgrade from our berries, for what that's worth. At least I think that's what we swap. 1030. Yeah. This is normally what I swap. I probably should have come in here earlier, to be honest, but we have so much stuff to do. Like, we need so many resources for the early game. I am going to get lost in here, I can already tell. Couple of cores there. Huh. This is a boring little hole. Okay, I guess I'm not getting lost down the hole after all. There wasn't much to it. And there was kind of like one way in, one way out, so that works. Also, normally I don't collect so many bones, but honestly, with the addition of bone arrows and how useful that they are for us, kind of helpful to have a bunch of bones. Okay, that's one area done. I heard it. Yeah, this saves us from having to shoot these guys like 4 or 5 times each. Arguably, you know, shooting skeletons would be really beneficial to us for leveling bow skills, but yeah, whatever. I'm pretty sure I saw some more cores in this next door too. Yep. Okay, so we didn't get any like rooms with cores, or like the core dedicated rooms, but we did get many a core. I am very happy with this first dungeon. Big success. Not too hard either. Like, there weren't really that many skellies in here. We're only at like half inventory, so we can go hit the other dungeon too. Oh gosh, the brightness. Oh, I kind of wasn't prepared. Any bears nearby? Oh, I completely forgot to make the pickaxe too. I kind of goofed there. I guess the one thing that we haven't really seen that we kind of actually want to see a few of are trolls. Not that we've gone too far into the Black Forest as of yet. Like, we kind of skirted around the edge, really, so... Also, this is actually a really good copper deposit. I'd say it's a little far from base, but this is a really good size. I don't know if we'll be able to get under it and, like, make it float and break it, but this one looks like it's possible. We might give it a try. We'll see what happens. I think that'll definitely be like the node that we start with though. We're probably going to need a couple. We need a lot of copper. Gosh, it is really weird, like, actually, like, going to, like, pick up, like, going out of my way to pick up bones and be like, yeah, I want to pick these up. Ooh, spawner. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and mark that. I mean, we're already here, right? Can we make bone bows or bone arrows? No, that requires the Fletcher station. Plus we're out of wood anyways, so. Okay, well, we had a lot of success starting off the left last time, so. Also, you know, first rule of the labyrinth, always go to the left. That's a ghost. But oh gosh. Oh, double gosh. Okay. Oh, the ghost like one-shot that thing. Okay, well I'm pretty sure that the ghost is resistant to all physical damage, so it kinda doesn't matter what we hit it with. That's a lot of skellies. And another ghost. Because why not? Okay, back to wood arrows for the ghost. Ring around the rosy. Pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes, they all fall down. That was much more eventful. Okay. So then, let's take a little moment here. Put down our campfire. Take a little seat. And I guess we'll crouch instead because things can see us. Yeah, little tricks for these early game dungeons. You can put down campfires in here so you can like rest at the entrance. You can also put down cooking stations to like block doorways and stuff. Normally the skeletons have a lot of trouble with them, the cooking stations, so you can really like, you know, kind of poke at them with like longer range and stuff like that. Obviously though, the ghost didn't really care. It just broke through. I have a feeling that we're going to be using a lot of terrain to our advantage for jumping around, trying to stay out of melee, and we are definitely going to need a lot of stamina. That is for sure. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is the type of room that the ghosts normally hang out in. And they're normally filled with treasure and or cores. Or I guess it's normally cores, and then sometimes they have little treasures on the sides. Yeah, Elder is not going to be an issue. He normally isn't really anyways, like... It's just kind of about using the pillars and then, like... Dodge rolling is huge for a lot of bosses, I feel like. And Elder in particular, like... If you get into melee, all he's gonna do is stomp you, like, every once in a while, and if you learn the timing for dodge rolling the stomp, then, like, you have, like, a good little DPS window, and then you just dodge again, and then if you need to, like, regain stamina, like, you just skip your damage window. Elder's not too bad, in general. He hurts though. If you mistime your dodges on those stomps, they hurt. And the roots can be a little annoying, depending on like their spawn areas. Oh yeah, parry's good too. A lot of the time I tend to not parry just because I'm always scared of getting like staggered and like murked, but like if you have the armor and like the stats for it and like you're confident about it, then yeah, parrying is always a good option too. I've just been playing with a lot of like light armor sets and like go fast zoomies, so like I tend to not actually have the armor to be able to parry things. I normally just get staggered instead, so I'm a little more, not wary, but like I'm always a little bit more nervous about doing it. Something, bad habit of mine. The rancid remains. Oh hey, we actually got the rancid remains trophy. I don't think we needed it for anything, but we got it, so that's cool. Give me $20, give me $20. So much monies. Now we just need to find Haldor. I don't actually know how much money we have, I just know we have a fair bit of it. That's like 150 right there, 280. Yeah, no, they're actually vanilla. They're very, very rare. They only show up here in the burial chambers or during the skeleton surprise raid. But yeah, they are very, very, or they can spawn out of the skeleton spawners too. So I think there's a chance for them to spawn out of the skeleton spawners in the swamp. But yeah, it's a very low chance. They have a very low spawn rate. Also, our cores, wow. I'm just gonna leave that campfire in there because I don't care. Wow. That being said, I mean, we do have some modded enemies in here too, but yeah, no, the rancid remains are vanilla. Other really rare mobs are like the Draugr Elites. Go figure, another swamp-aligned enemy. In a sense, I guess Surtlings kind of are too. Also, yay, troll. I should probably... Our bow is a little low on durability. Maybe I should try to repair that before I fight this troll. Oh, we don't really have the wood. We don't really have the wood. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go back to the dungeon. That one's not gonna work. I need to go back to this one. It's about to be nighttime too. Not the best time to fight a troll, per se, but... You know what? No. You know what? We're changing my minds. We're just gonna mark where that troll is, and we're gonna come back and have him destroy copper for us. That's what we're gonna do. Or try to do, anyways. Where is that building? Well, I have completely lost track of where the building was and where the troll actually is. I think it's like right there, but I can't really see very well because of the trees. Okay, yeah, I see the structure. Okay, so oh, that's like right in the way, isn't it? He is there though, right? Yes, still there. Okay. Of course he would be right in the way of us getting home though. That's okay. We need a few trolls and some troll hide and in particular troll bones. Plus, you know, they're really helpful for mining nodes and trees and stuff. Ooh, getting a little bit of lag here. Probably all of the night enemies spawning in. Oh, that's not good. Well, we're on crossbow now. Get me out of here. I don't want to be stuck as crossbow. My crossbow is my only weapon. Okay. Good thing the brute didn't take any interest in us. It's very convenient. I don't know what that damage number was, because I didn't see it pop up, but I bet it was over 100. Oh yeah, I forgot too. So we have this little, like, it's behind the Raven right now, but we have this little, like, icon for our buckshot with, like, a little stat. Apparently that's like a, while you have the weapon out, like, look at that, 170. I wouldn't really say that there's a cape in particular that does anything specific against the Yaglyph. Honestly, the capes, like, once you get to, like, the mountains, the mountain cape, the plains cape, they're basically the same thing. Like, they're mostly just there for the resistance to frost, and then, you know, they can have between 1 and 4 armor, depending on what level they're at. But they don't really have, like, special effects. Yeah, it's called the Lox Cape. Made with, like, Lox hide and I think a little bit of silver. There's also the Linen Cape, which is you use the spinning wheel to turn flax into linen threads, right? So then you can make a linen cape. Basically, it's all just looks, but they like they all do the same thing. Maybe with the exception of the linen cape. I don't remember if it actually has resistance to frost or not. That bear trophy is also very important, by the way. We kind of need that. I hear doggies. Doggies yelling. No idea what they're yelling about. Yeah, nah, not until the Ashlands. The Ashlands has a cape that gives more armor, but, like, all of the other vanilla capes are, like, 1 armor each. Or 1 to 4, depending on level. Like, so it's kind of just their additional effects, which is the wolf cape, the Lox cape have resistance to frost, the feather cape in the in the Mistlands has resistance to frost, weakness to fire, like increased like jump height, and the feather fall effect, but its armor is still 1 to 4. It's actually why I kind of tend to not upgrade capes, because all you're doing is just getting like 1 more armor out of it, which kind of normally doesn't really do much of anything, I feel like. Aha, money. Yeah, our money chest isn't looking too bad. So like 280, 160. What is that, like 440? 590, 620 plus another 150. It's like 770. A couple hundred shy of our megging yard, but we're getting there. Bones, feathers. So much wood. We burn through it so fast. And we need more to turn it into charcoal. I guess this is kind of the one downside to being like bows specifically, you have to farm a whole lot of wood. Personally, I don't really mind. I actually kind of enjoy the process of like sitting there smacking trees. But yeah, not everyone. It's not for everyone, that's for sure. Would highly recommend people who don't like farming wood to set their drop rates up to 3 times on world modifiers. Okay, so we should do a couple of things here. I should set up some of the bees so we can start honey rolling in. Oh, I can't make that yet. Okay, I need to go get tin, which actually reminds me. Things. So many things. Okay. Right, fox meat actually cooks. Fox meat cooks into a stamina food, which is really strange, but I like it. Oh, I don't have this set up for cooking. Okay, good to know. I don't know why I went to that table. My mind is all over the place right now. Okay. So we need these. Let's break this for right now. We're gonna have to make a different setup for sure. For like a cauldron and stuff. This little thing is not gonna cut it. Grayling, what are you doing? Little weirdos, am I right? Okay. So we just need to cook a little bit of food so that we have food. Okay, that doesn't work. I have no idea if that's going to actually protect this fire from a storm. I feel like it's not, but we'll see. I mean, I'm going to have to move this whole setup anyways, right? Like, this isn't going to work for a cauldron, so this whole little base is temporary, so it's fine. 11:30. So it's like slightly better than yellow mushrooms, but we lose 4 maximum health. It's not that big of a deal, right? I was gonna say I have resin in here somewhere. We have so much deer meat. I think I'm just supposed to stay on cooked deer meat for right now. Save the bear meat for like bear jerky. Although cooked bear meat would also be like our kind of ideal health food right now as well. You know, honestly, I kind of didn't expect to be as... I mean, we're not like super set up, and we still have a lot of farming to do, but we've gotten a lot farther in 3 hours than I thought we were going to. Or maybe a little bit further, but... I mean, we still haven't quite gotten into bronze, but... we've gotten a lot of like our other materials. We've found you know, materials for like the smelter, and like, you know, we've actually hit like the dungeons. We've got our Fletcher table set up. We're in a pretty good spot for the most part. Like, still need to keep farming wood. And like, yeah, like I was saying, we need to get in the bronze, but we're like right there. I need to make the pickaxe. Okay. That is the next thing. I'm not gonna forget, right? Right. I'm gonna go back into the house and make the pickaxe right after I put these things down. Alright, those things are down. Go inside, make a pickaxe. Where did I put the antlers? I kind of feel that. Just gotta go, like, kind of poke around at the different workstations. That's normally how I kind of remind myself, like, what's going on. But yeah, it's definitely a little annoying on the fly. A recipe book would be really handy. Like, considering that we have like the compendium section, like, and there's not much in there, it would be really good. Oh, that being said, if you check the compendium, there is the message log. I don't know if the message log tells you if you unlocked a new thing. It looks like it might though. Like, I see new item cooked fox meat. That's not a recipe, per se, but... Ah, that's what you mean. Yeah, that would be really cool. That's like something that Minecraft has, you know, through like mods and stuff, and yeah, it's very handy. That would be nice. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mod out there that does that, but I've never seen one. Okay. Antler, pickaxe. 10 wood. Curses. More wood. Always more wood. Accursed seagulls. Sometimes they show up and you're like, ah, yes, I need to shoot that seagull, and then it flies off. Probably don't want to waste the crossbow bolts on the seagulls. But eh, it was funny. Maybe a little funny. Okay, I don't think that we really need to take that many deer out anymore. I think that we're good on that. But we do need to visit our giant blueberry friend. I should have made the bridge over here. This would have been so much more convenient. Okay, let's also use the right type of arrows. I swapped them again. Good luck. You got this. I don't know if I can get this seagull. Hey, got the seagull. The angle looked kind of bad, but it was all good. Well, I was thinking to myself, I kind of wanted to get some tin, get that, like, you know, smelted up, and, you know, get a cauldron. But then I realized, well, in order to do that, we're still going to need a ton of wood because we need more coal. So maybe we come over here and just have the troll beat down a bunch of trees for us while we have him beat down copper. And yeah, that'll just be kind of the way we get a bunch of our resources. Also, I saw a bear over here somewhere. Kind of lost track of it. There it is. It was over there. That's a 1-star bear. That's concerning. Mildly concerning. I don't want to get hit by that. This is probably where, probably the first instance where we should probably find a big rock to stand on so that the bear doesn't maul us, but, you know, I'm cheeky, so... Spin the bear. There we go. Not too shabby. How's our inventory looking? 202 out of 300. That looks like a pig. Pigu, not a bear. Yep, pretty sure it's a pigu. Okay, so with our inventory the way that it is, and how long it took us to get over here, I do think the play is probably just to fill our inventory with tin and wood. Head home, we will depot, put a bunch of wood in the kiln. Should probably just knock down a couple of trees here in the meadows, some of the saplings and stuff, and we'll just make sure that our kiln is full. And of course get rained on. Always important. Said no one ever. The boar was like, "Dear shield, protect me while I attack." Rude. I can never tell what the heck these things are gonna do. Stacks of things are full. Got it. Let's put those right there for right now, I guess, and I guess same with this. Okay. We'll start off a little bit lower. We'll do like 30 wood in the kiln. But yeah, I guess I'll... Yeah, I guess before sleep we'll just knock out a bunch of these things, get some wood. Hey, Pigu. Stop it. Pigus just do whatever they want, don't they? And that's not a raspberry bush, so can take that out. Also, the Pigu came back. I'm kind of surprised. Now he's bacon. Also, when did I start calling them Pigus instead of bacons? I've always called them bacons. Oh, weird. I don't know. Good thing there's so many saplings, like, in a really, like, condensed area. Makes this, farming quite a bit easier. Also really nice that we're, like, one-shotting most of them, when we're not doing, like, spread damage. Oh. Hello, Neck. I don't think we need the trophy, but... Guess I did mention, you know, like the modded boss, so that's one thing that we could use neck trophies for. Summoning them. There's not really a reason to summon them per se, but it's a thing we could do. Okay, so we have quite a bit of wood now, so let's go ahead and fill up the kiln. Might as well fill up the smelter while we're at it. Okay, this might be the spot where we start throwing out resin. It's definitely good to have a bit of it, especially if we're going to be crafting, you know, like fire bolts and yada yada, but we don't need that much. The Grey Dwarf Eye Delivery Boys stopped by. Can't say it's always a pleasure to see them. Sometimes they show up at inopportune moments, but you know, deliveries are appreciated when they're needed. No, I never really did, like, come all the way down here to the shoreline and kind of, like, examine the horizon. I don't know exactly what we're working with here. Like, this is a river, right? But I don't know if this actually ends up going into ocean or not. Can't really tell with the storm, but it's something that should be considered, probably. Though I suppose it doesn't matter as much since we don't really sail our metals in by ship anyways, so... They were all so stunned that we shot the seagull. Stunned by seagull shot. It's my secret blitzball technique, the seagull shot. I play way too many video games. Alright, that's a good harvest of wood. I think I was partially holding off for that because I was gonna wait until we got like pine wood, or until we were farming pine trees, because we need a lot of core wood too. But, oh well. Let's also make sure, again, that we are topping off on arrows. Should probably kind of be in the habit of, like, making sure that I craft, like, a couple, I guess not stacks, right, but, like, they come in lots of 20, so I should probably, like, craft a couple of lots, like, every time we come back. I don't know. Alright, new day. Let's go visit the troll. That's what we should do. We are gonna get a bunch of stuff. I should also probably do like a couple of surprise attacks on him. You know, get some damage in before we have him, you know, breaking stuff for us. Just in case, because a lot of the times we end up getting super swarmed by Grey Dwarves as well, and you know, sometimes you just gotta take the troll down in an emergency, so. We're on wooden bolts, wooden arrows, okay. Bows are at 26, crossbows are at 11. So this should theoretically be like our highest damage option. Super big. There's the troll. What's he doing? What is that giant blueberry doing? Just kind of wandering, I guess. Alright. Shoot him in the back. I didn't swap weapons. Oh my gosh. And then it went to the wrong arrows again. I really need to swap those again. Swap them back. Okay. This seems like a pretty good cluster of trees, so... we're just gonna be doing a lot of dodge rolling. Probably a little bit of weaving in between trees and stuff too, while we take on Grey Dwarfs. Oh, hello, Skellyman. Whoop! Oh, I hear a bear too. Okay. Use the Skelly to distract the bear and the troll. Nice. Skelly actually did some damage too. Feeling a little bit of lag here. Pretty sure that's a super bacon. Okay, that's probably kind of good enough on the wood for right now. Probably. Can't see. Ooh, ow. Yeah, I was worried about that. Hey, nice. Congrats. And good work. Okay, I just need to mark this location. And let's make sure the troll is focused on us, not our workbench. Ow. Darn it, Skellies. Oh my, ow. Okay, and then getting shot in the back by skeletons. Not pleasant. Alright, this isn't the biggest copper vein, but it's the closest one. Ah, nice. Got a slam on it right away. It's always nice. Whoop. There's a troll in the hole. Hey. Got out of the hole. Cheater. There we go. Get those nice big ground slams. Railing in a hole. Do 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 do. Alright. Hey, get in here. There we go. Attaboy. Whoop. Okay, trailing, don't really care, but Grey Dwarf is kind of annoying here. Whoop. That was almost bad. I can't see the ground. Ground slide? Yeah. Do 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 do. Kind of expecting a ground slam here soon. Yep, there we go. Might be low enough to hit this. Yeah, okay. Not bad. Okay. Alright, got things in my circle. Let's keep this blueberry train moving. You got this, big guy. I believe in you. Whoop. Just gotta keep him interested, you know? Make sure that he doesn't go for too long without attacking. Well, I was kind of thinking about, you know, maybe trying to see if we could float and destroy this whole copper thing, but I mean, honestly, troll efficiency, too good. Okay, let's try to pull him down here. Yeah, we got friends though. Okay, just play a little bit of ring around the copper. Whoop. Thankfully, since this one has a ranged attack, it's basically a lot harder to lose him and lose his interests. Okay, now I gotta bring him back down here. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. I don't know why the trolls just always remind me of one of the Willy Wonka Charlie chocolate factories. I mean, I guess it's technically both, right? But yeah, Violet Beauregard just turns into a giant blueberry. That's what it always reminds me of. I think we're gonna be getting a slam here soon. So let me try to bait him over here first. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, my stamina regen. Curses. That's a great spot for a slam. Let's try to get him over here somewhere. Yeah, maybe down here. Huh. Big old slam. That works. efficiency is not something that we're normally very about on this channel, but you know, sometimes when Valheim gifts you a troll and a bunch of copper nodes and, you know, corewood trees and blah blah, you know, you just gotta roll with it. Just be like, ah, thank you, RNG, appreciate you. Alright, I think we're in a good enough spot now. So let's clean this troll up. Put down a workbench. Carry back what we can. And we'll get our metal production underway. Amongst other things. Look at him. Being like, hold on, there's more under the ground. Let me get that for you. What a nice guy. Should give him a tip. Bad jokes are bad. Anyways. Oh. Whoa. The tree was trying to kill me. That's what I got for making bad puns. Probably. Alright, so we have a lot of stuff to cart around right now, honestly. And no inventory to do it. So let's drop some of the rocks, take some of the copper, and what we'll do is smelt that down, get ourselves the forge, get some bronze nails, we'll make a cart, bring the cart back and try to haul everything home. Surely nothing will go wrong with that plan. Surely. Nothing ever goes wrong with my plans. I surely never get distracted and end up going off on tangents or doing other things or get interrupted by things. None of that ever happens. Everything is always according to plan. Yeah, that's normally what happens. Like another troll spawning would be kind of catastrophic for the series of events that I have laid out. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore deer for right now until I see a need for them. I think that we're good. I think. That's coal, so let's put in all our copper ore. We're gonna need a lot more, but it's a little... let's see here. I probably need another chest or two as well. That being said, let's go ahead and fill our kiln. We have a lot of wood to pick up and a lot of metal that needs to be smelted. Honestly, that troll was a really good find, so... And having like a couple of copper veins like right there next to each other and being pretty sizable and stuff too. Very, very helpful. For, you know, like saving us some time and effort. Like I don't even want to know how long it would have taken to pickaxe all of that copper out. Oh boy. Okay, what do we need for a forge? 6 copper, 4 coal, 4 stone. Oh, I have coal in a couple places. Okay. That saves us some slot, item slot. Yeah. Okay, so there's all that. You know what? This rock is kind of annoying. Let's pick this rock out. Then, honestly, we'll just put the forge in right now, right here. Just for, you know, like, ease of access, convenience sake. Things, recipes. I'm not paying attention. I don't really think I need to pay attention anyways, but still. Is that good enough? Yes, it is. Shoot. I needed, like, I needed to bring home 1 more copper ore. It's okay. It's okay. We'll just run back. We'll go grab 1. Run it back real quick. It'll be okay. I didn't think it through enough. I was like, oh yeah, 7 should be enough, right? Because it'll be like, oh yeah, I need like 6 for the forge, and then like 1 more for the bronze nails. Not even thinking about the fact that I was gonna need 2 to craft into the bronze, to get the bronze nails. Do. Nothing ever goes wrong with my plans. Absolutely nothing at all. I don't make mistakes. What are those? Hey, look, bear. And a super pigoo. The super pigoo is trying to protect the bear. He's like, get down, Mr. President. What? How? The arrow just was like, nope, not hitting that Grey Dwarf. I'm going to Narnia. What are you gonna do next? I'm going to Disneyland. Alright, well, honestly, probably the most important stuff to get is the copper ore here, so, and we're already full. A lot of copper ore here to get. Alright then. A lot of stacks. Seems good. That will be helpful for sure. And I'm not quite sure where we're sitting on bear pelts at the moment. I feel like we've taken out a few bears, but I don't know. Maybe not enough bears. Pretty sure if I throw out like 1 wood, I can pick up all this thistle. Okay. I can always come back. I'm sure that I'll see that wood there anyways. Like, this is one of the little sections that we're planning on coming back to, so should be good. Kind of nice that our foods kind of line up pretty well. 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, so you just gotta refresh the yellow mushrooms a little bit more often, but then everything like lines up at the same time. You want some too, Super Pigoo? Apparently. I will say though, I'm kind of sick of going up and down this mountain already. I don't... Getting the cart is going to be interesting. And I don't think we can grab this fish. But I tried. You miss 100% of the fish you don't go after, right? Is that how this works? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Look at those shoulders wiggling. You miss 100% of the fish you don't shoot. Yeah, I guess that's true. Honestly, I'm kind of sad that you can't spearfish slash, bow fish in this game. Like, it would make it so much better if you could just, like, shoot the fish. And then pick them up. But, no. But, no. Alright. Get a bronze. Get some bronze nails. And that should give us access to a cart. That's 20 wood. Okay. But, yeah. Access to a cart. I have a reason for grabbing this extra wood. Don't worry. It's a great reason. Everything's fine. Yep. Out of the Stone Age and into my least favorite age. The Bronze Age. Bronze Age makes me cry. Mostly because copper is a pain, and by extension, bronze is a pain, because you need so much copper. Okay, I need to like chop down this tree or something. The fact that I like keep losing my bridge behind it, even with like a marker, like I know where it is, and I still keep losing it. Ja. Which side do I want to build this on? All I'm doing is making this too wide so that it's easier on the cart. But, oh, right. Normally that's where I put my hoe. Alright. There we go. Doot doot. Magic flute. This is highly unnecessary, but we're doing it anyways. Like, almost tempted to, like, try to make a fish trap here just for the sake of it. Show this fish who's boss. Honestly, that worked, and I'm very surprised. I wasn't expecting that to work. Well, we have a fish. There's like no point to having said fish, but we have a fish. Interesting. If a dumb idea works, it was not dumb. Yeah, I don't know. I dabble in Minecraft, but I guess I don't stream Minecraft, so I guess that's a little bit different. But I'm not a VTuber, so I think if anything I would be a PNG tuber, but that's because getting a model that moves around and, you know, gets tracked is super expensive, and I don't have the type of funding for that. Oh. I guess I only needed to bring half the bronze nails. Oh well. You know what? We're just gonna keep the fish in our inventory. It's like our emotional support fish. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. For now. Also, I don't consider myself a furry, really. More of a furry associate. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Also, it's, you know, hard to really back up with any sort of anything considering my avatar, but we don't talk about Bruno. Huh. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I guess that the market for it has probably become much more vast. There's a lot of VTubers out there now. But from the last I heard from a friend who has like a VTuber model and stuff, you know, like, kind of get what you pay for. And if you're not putting out like decent bucks, then yeah, your VTube model is going to be a little bit on the side. But honestly, I guess even just beyond that, like, I probably overstress my PC a little bit enough as it is. So like adding just like another thing for it to process, probably not gonna. It's probably not too happy with me. Probably. But you know, you never know in the future, I suppose. I am a simple goober. Oh right, that was just one of the copper nodes, huh? We made it all the way to this one too. I think that we might have to make a trip back to sleep before we run the cart back home. Yeah, I don't know if I would go that far. As in the you know, the slightly over excessive jiggle physics. I'd probably be a little bit more modest about it myself, but yeah, just everything, you know, combined together. Yeah. I mean, you're not really wrong. But, I don't know. Half of the idea behind my channel anyways is kind of doing what I want to do instead of, you know, adhering to the meta, so, I don't know. Well, funny enough, I would actually just do long hair anyways, but that's just because, like, I really, really like long hair, just, like, in general, so. Gotta do the eye reveal. And, it's what, like, you gotta, like, tease the feet reveal right, but then never actually do it? Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot more copper than I thought we were sitting on already. Like, that's several stacks. So, that was actually really productive. That was very, very worth. Okay. This might be a little dumb. But we're gonna do a stupid thing. Okay, it's not that stupid. It's slightly stupid. Also a really good song. But no, anyways. Or maybe the band is slightly stupid. I forget. There's like a song that's called like 2 a.m. or it's either called Slightly Stupid by 2 a.m. or it's 2 a.m. by Slightly Stupid. But good song if you like reggae. That's kind of beautiful, actually. I've always been a fan of, like, I've always found rickrolling to be really funny, since I was younger. Just because I actually like the song, and I'm just like, I don't get, like, why anybody, like, cares about getting rickrolled. I am by a fire, what do you mean? Darn it, game. Why are you like this? Now we're short on wood. Now I'm gonna shoot this crow out of... Never mind, it's just gonna fly away. I saw a really, really good one that I had saved like a really long time ago of rickrolls. It was called like Secrets of the Deep or something, and it was like the first like minute or minute and a half of the video was like showing like different pictures of like underwater creatures like anglerfish and like stuff like that, and then just like randomly it just cuts straight into a rickroll. It's so good. But yeah, I just always found it really funny that people would like, you know, get so upset over like rickrolls. I'm just like, this is silly and dumb. But okay. So we have a bunch of copper in here. Lots of stone, a little bit of wood. We still have to visit the other circle. Okay. Alright, so let's keep this party rolling. Our cart is already struggling to move. Fantastic. Just what we wanted. Okay, let's not go that way. We can go this way. I think we can go this way. Anyways, we might not be able to. Oh, we're stuck on the thistle. That's what's going on. Okay. Okay. Hold, please. Um, I mean, if you want to count the meadows as missing an ore, but yeah, basically, yeah, that is right. Mistlands has its own stuff, but yeah, it doesn't have an ore. Not really. It has like black marble, but it's not the same, right? That's more of like a stone building material type deal. I think they're cool. It kind of depends. They're not necessary. I think that's like a fun little thing to do. So it's like, yeah, I'd like to clear it just to say that I did. If you need a lot of black metal and some more iron, then those are some good materials you can get from there. They're good if you want to raise chickens, but don't want to dish out like 3,000 gold to Haldor. And then also like they're good if you actually want to do Hilder's Quest. I see. Yeah, there's not really anything unique there per se. It's basically just like the chicken eggs are kind of the unique thing there, but you can get those from Haldor technically, so it's not like fully unique. But, you know, again, like the eggs cost like 1,500 gold from Haldor each, so if you don't have like the 3k but you want to do chickens, then clearing a plains thing is good. If you're a trophy hunter, you want to do it as well. There's 2 unique trophies from the Plains Tower. I wish we could make chicky nuggies. We already have chicken meat. We have barley flour. I mean, why not, right? We literally can make fish wraps. It's like we take the fish meat, dip it in the barley flour, and then you know, fry it up. Why not chicky nuggies? Hunger is a thing. All right. I think that we've put just about everything that we need to in here. Let's head home. Alright. The ultimate test of our wiggling skills. Alright. We just make sure we get all of our stamina. Odin nuggies. Forget dinosaur nuggies. Norse god nuggies. Freya, Hera, Odin, collect the whole set. That would be hilarious. That's what they should have done for April Fools. Though honestly, I kind of appreciate the April Fool's jokes that Iron Gate pulled on us this year. The trailers they did were pretty funny. That, and not only that, but like the fact that they made like 4 or 5 of them, I think, was kind of wild. I was like, what the heck? So random. Yeah, the pet rock was great. I was a little confused because we actually had like an update for the game, right? Like the game had an update that day, but then like I didn't see anything different, so I was just like, oh, is this just like a thing that's in here and I'm probably just never gonna see it because I'm never gonna find it or what? But I don't know. Okay, this is really awkward. We gotta go at an angle. like right here, and we're gonna run out of stamina soon. Okay. We got past the rough part though. Getting our stamina back. Do 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 do. Alright, give this a second. Maybe we should go like that way. Might be kind of easier than trying to zigzag up this hill. Alright, Sue. That would be pretty funny, being the deer. It looked so goofy. The like the deer warrior like summoning thing looked so hilarious though. And I was like, that would actually be a really cool item. Like summoning like the zombie deer warrior. Like that's actually cool. Okay, let's go a little bit this way. The cart is not happy. But you know. Cart has to do what we tell it to, sort of, kind of, a little bit. We're slightly at the mercy of the cart, but only slightly. Alright, hopefully this Pigu doesn't bother us too much, but okay, maybe we can go this way. Alright, come on, just a little bit further. I mean, that's kind of good enough for right now. No, we're slipping back. Stupid grayling. Alright, it's okay. We adjust our trajectory. Maybe get a little bit like right here. And spin it. Ugh. Come on. We're doing it. We're making progress, even if the progress is slow. Alright, I think the worst of it is behind us at this point. Keyword being think. Not 100% sure, but I think that kind of like once we cleared like this little hill, which really shouldn't be much of an issue. I think that we're like all downhill from there. It should be like scot-free. Do 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 do. All right. Do 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 do. This is what we call winning. And now we have to sort and put everything away. I almost want to just like create an entirely new building for storage at this point. I guess at the very least, for right now, just gonna put that right there, and that's gonna be a chest for metals. And coal. Metals and coal. I might add another one. Yeah, I don't think our boxes are gonna hold everything. Need more box. I knew it was gonna get crowded in here. And I should have set myself up for more success by building a... Yeah, I said earlier that I needed to build like a storage system pretty early. I was not incorrect. Still didn't do it, but I wasn't wrong. I heard the noises of an intruder. Intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert. Pow pow. Okay, so just remember, everything here, still temporary. This is not our base. This is a starter shack with a bunch of stuff in it. That's all it is. And we need more pine cones. Those are the small chubby ones. Okay. Got it. Message received. Oh yeah, we have a full stack of deer hide. Too much deer hide. I think we only have the one fine wood. The thought process here, if you didn't already catch it, we'll just say, take me to the river, put me in the water, and I'll leave it at that. Okay, so, our next step, our next steppy, if you will. Since we have so much copper, we need a bunch of tin. So I think we just go out, running along the river bend, just around the river bend, and we go pick up a whole bunch of tin nodes, and bring that on back. And then we're ready to start the Bronze Age. Also, kind of sad, because we haven't really seen hide nor hair of an actual mountain. And I was kind of hoping to be able to get into a mountain area like pretty early, so that we could break down some of the doors and get some early iron. But yeah, I haven't seen like a smidgen of snow, so doesn't look like we have any frost caves nearby. But I guess theoretically we haven't really done that much exploring, right? So who knows? There could be a mountain just over the horizon, and maybe we just haven't seen it because the tree line is so thick. And who knows what lies over yonder? Oh, there's my ping. Elder's pretty far out there. Oh, we can actually see now, so over there, we haven't explored like at all. So no idea if that's like a river, ocean, or if that connects somewhere. And then who's to say how far the Black Forest stretches out in that direction? Obviously we're too far for like stuff to render in, so could just keep going. Suppose we'll have to find out. Is it necessary for me to shoot pigs with the crossbow? Of course not. It's just for the it's just honestly in the name of raising the skill, nothing else. Okay. So I think what we do here is we top this off, we'll sleep, so that accelerates a whole bunch of that. We'll refill it again, and while that's smelting, we'll go run around and be dumb. AKA, go look for tin. It feels like it's been a while since we've actually slept in our little shack here. Maybe it actually hasn't, but I feel like it was like we went and fought Eikthyr, then we came back, and then we might have slept once or twice, but then like we went out and, you know, we slept over by the dungeon. I'm probably just forgetting because I wasn't paying that much attention to what we were doing, but that's okay. Maybe it's okay. Honestly though, like, it really was a lot of copper we got. Kinda wild. And I want to make sure that I make a few more wood bolts as well. Or maybe we could do fire bolts. I mean, we have a ton of resin, right? So feathers are looking okay too. I'm gonna need so many storage chests because I want to do like, or I'm gonna need like a chest that has like all the different like bunch of different ammunitions. So like we need like an ammunition chest. Then we need a chest that's a little bit more dedicated to like our common materials like feathers and resin, you know, and obsidian, blah blah blah, like all of that stuff. Bones, stuff like that. Okay. Put the fire bolts on her for right now. Put our wooden bolts right there. I guess for right now we'll just kind of jam this stack of 39 wood into the kiln and then head off. And I guess this can be like a multi-purpose mission. So what we'll do is we'll, you know, head down the coast over here, right? So that helps us with tin, and we honestly probably aren't going to make it too far. But we'll also, you know, kind of scope out what's going on, see like a little bit further what the shape of the island is, and if there's anything else out there. That being said, I need a few minute bio break, so give me just a few minutes, guys, and I will leave you with a little bit of music. And as always, like my BRB screens, The music that I play is by Sinful, Cynful, a friend and fellow YouTuber. If you guys like his music, please go check out his channel. Should be a link in the description at the very bottom. But yeah, he doesn't just do lo-fi, he does all sorts of music. So, you know, big recommend. I'm sure that he would appreciate the traffic. Anyways, I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience. Ah, that was sun-kissed sands into. Pretty sure it's Elysium. Yeah, Elysium. That was the very end of This Beautiful World lo-fi album that Sin put together. Really nice background music. I like just putting it on sometimes and listening to it. But yeah, his channel, he has the individual tracks as well as like the full like 28 and some odd seconds album. As a big fan of like background lo-fi music. It's really nice just to kind of put it on the back and just, you know, vibe. The crossbow experience. Ah. Hey, we one-shot a Grey Dwarf though. It's pretty good. Ah, welcome back, Sue. I also just got back. My break was a little smaller than yours. Yeah, I don't really want to waste fire bolts on Pigus though, so leave the poor little Pigus alone. Thank you, Kina. You know, I might come back and actually make this like a real bridge. I'm pretty sure that we're past the point of actually needing it for like functionality other than just crossing, but I don't know, I like building bridges. You know what? Or even better, over here is where I actually want a bridge. It would be a lot more helpful. So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I've been watching some Minecraft stuff, and yeah, I've been a little bit more of a buildy mood, I suppose, or I've had like a couple ideas for stuff, so. That sounds delicious. Yeah, building can be fun. Sometimes I don't really have any ideas though, so I'm just kind of like I just need this to be functional. But sometimes I get inspired. Yeah, you can. The pickaxe arrows. Honestly, I like the addition of the blunt arrows, but I really like the pickaxe arrows because they're good against stone golems. And I don't know exactly what it is, but like the noise that they make when you shoot like the pickaxe arrows into the golems, like it's so satisfying. Like basically like ASMR. How many times am I gonna say basically? Anyways, we're supposed to be looking for tin. Yeah, not me getting distracted and thinking about something completely different than what I'm setting out for. Ahem. Anyways. Okay, so that looks like actual ocean over there. I have done it. I've also died while doing it, but, you know, I've done it. I don't remember if I don't remember if we did it on stream though. Huh. This is like a cool little channel. Also, that's a shipwreck. Alright, I think that we're gonna do a little bit of swimming here. From the looks of it. Can I make this? I don't know if I can make this with current stats and lack of actual swim stat, but okay. We made it pretty easily. I'm always worried in the early game, like, stamina usage while swimming. Especially after the last playthrough where I think I thought that I was gonna make like a little swim, and it wasn't close. Partially because of one star leech biting me, but you know. It didn't seem like I was gonna make it anyways, regardless of the leech, so. Yeah, that's just open ocean over there. Okay, good to know. So we got open ocean to the south. Huh. Honestly, because of like all of this part, right? I thought the island was like a lot more south, but what happened over there? Skeleton fighting something? Okay. But yeah, I wasn't really expecting it to just like open up into ocean like that. So I guess that the island is kind of like this angled like that. Eh. But yeah, aside from getting distracted, killing a golem with a pickaxe is a little bit of a pain. It's a little bit of a chore. There's a technique to it. That being said, I haven't tried to do it like understanding the golem's like attack patterns. Since there's two variants of the stone golem, they both have different attack patterns, but they basically have like a thing where it's like they have a shorter cooldown attack and a longer cooldown attack. And after they've kind of done both of them right, so it's like the, oh, here's my really slow big hitting attack, and then like, oh, my basic normal attack. Then what they'll do is they'll kind of like wander around for like a couple of seconds. So I haven't tried to like fight them with a pickaxe and like pickaxe them in that time frame, but it's a thing you can do. That would be really cool. Yeah, I'm hoping, so they originally planned to have a big ocean update. When the game first released in 2021, they had a roadmap for the year, and honestly, like, it was really ambitious because they had wanted the whole game to be done by the end of that year. But I think it was like the second or third update that was planned in that roadmap was an ocean overhaul. But we never really ended up getting that update. They just kind of like, you know, hard focused on making the Mistlands and kind of fleshing it out and, you know, making it more interesting. So they ended up putting the ocean update like on the back burner, and we got like, you know, the fishing update, but you know, I feel like it was a lot more minor in comparison to probably what they had planned as far as, you know, actual ocean update. So I'm hoping that after they update like the Deep North, you know, take their break as they normally do, that they'll come back and that like one of the first things that they'll do like the next you know, major update like 1.1 or something will be like an extra update to the ocean and add more things to it. And then yeah, seeing more stuff added to fishing would be super awesome. No, yeah, I 100% agree that it is so frustrating that you fight them in the deep ocean and they're, you know, two of their three drops sink. It's so silly. And they're not the most easy to manipulate creatures to, like, you know, pull them up to shore and, you know, drag them up there and then kill them. Like, it's kind of easy once you get there, right? But sometimes it's a real pain in the butt. And a lot of the times if you're just sailing out in the middle of the ocean, like, they're nowhere near land, so. And if you don't have the harpoon, right, then it's like even harder. But yeah, I don't Ooh, yeah, those are all really great ideas, honestly. It would be kind of funny fishing for serpents. Being able to spawn leviathans would be really cool. I'd also like to see a few more uses for chitin as well. Like, you basically only use it for the Abyssal Razor and the harpoon. Like, those are like the two items that it's used for in vanilla. The Armory mod added a few more uses for it, but, like, you know, obviously not vanilla, so. Okay, got 29 tin. It's pretty good. Could be better. Yeah, the harpoon is mostly for serpents. You can use it for other things. Like, for instance, like, you can use it for moving stuff around. Both, like, enemies and allies. So if you have, like, tamed boars or, like, tamed wolves and, like, they're not really moving around in the way that you want them to, you can harpoon them and drag them around. Yeah. Also, funny enough, harpoons are actually really useful for stone golems. Funny enough. One of the tricks that you can do with stone golems is, I'm not going to do it here, but for example, just pretend, like, say you dig a hole, right? So you just, like, kind of dig down, like a few meters, enough that, like, the golem, like, in the pit, like their head is, like, level with the pit, something like that. And then basically you can use the harpoon, you kind of drag them to the pit, you harpoon them, and then you can pull them into the pit. And then, like, let go of the harpoon or whatever, but then you get a golem in a hole. And that's one of the tricks for killing them with a pickaxe, because while they're in the hole, then you jump on top of their head and you just pickaxe them from, like, on top of their head. You still need to watch out for their attacks, though. The spike arm golem has a harder time hitting you when you're on top of their head because their hitboxes are mostly outward. But, like, the beefy stone, like, rounded ended golem has absolutely no problem hitting you while you're on top of their head. So you gotta be careful with that. I mean, you gotta be careful regardless, but yeah, you can go golem riding. Golem in a hole. A holem, if you will. That was bad, and I'm not apologizing for it. Oh, one of the recent updates actually gave you a setting to do that, Logar. So if you go into the settings, no, not accessibility. Gameplay? Yeah, gameplay. So if you toggle on attack toward look location, then it attacks like whichever direction your character is facing. I just always prefer to attack like facing forward myself, but yeah, you can toggle it on so you can attack in any direction. That was a more recent update. I think that was the bog witch update. Like either with the bog witch update or like right before or right after. I have no comment about that. I did not mean to put everything away, but I kind of meant to put everything away. That's okay. This works out anyways. I needed to put the coal or the copper down anyways, so. I mean, that's basically the same thing. Like, so like the setting right, I have it right now, or I mean like, you just hold the direction that you want to face, right? So like when you have this on, like, I'm just holding, right now, I'm just holding S, so like backwards, so I'm attacking, and then I go A, and then D. So I guess like, you know, you don't just 360 turn around immediately if you're just constantly attacking, but I mean like, I can attack right, and then just attack right, left, like, I guess it's not perfect, but or maybe I'm not fully understanding what you mean. Oh, okay, yeah. I'd agree with that. There should definitely be some sort of a like angled upward or angled downward for sure. Um, yeah, this game definitely has a little bit of trouble with melee attacks and elevation, like for sure. We actually had we faced that a little bit on the Spears playthrough. I talked about it, and like the Fist one, where it's like, oh look, there's a wolf standing right here. I'm like 1 meter like below it, and I can't hit it, which is stupid. It's like, oh look, my animation is going right through it, but I'm hitting ground instead. It's so dumb. That is definitely one of like the one of the negatives about this game. I don't normally have too many negative things to say about this game, but there are definitely places where it could use a little bit of improvement. As much as I love this game, like there are things that could be better. That being said, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that Iron Gate has done a fantastic job with this game in general, so like, no matter how many negative comments that I have, like, or things that, like, I have, like, a bone to pick with, there's, like, 2 or 3 things that are, like, positives, like, so. And maybe not everyone feels that way, but I don't know. I love this game. Now I'm actually kind of curious as to where my hour count is now. Hey, we're at 2,414. Gonna be at that 2,500 hour mark soon. I play this game too much. No questions. 2,400. That. Well, I was gonna terraform this ground a little bit anyways, so I'm so used to that being the button for my hoe. Don't take that out of context. Too many arrows, not enough buttons. Yeah. I'm gonna guess, like, my first guess will be like 500. That seems like a good guess. Alright. So my next guess will be like 1,400. That being said, maybe you're like a Terraria fiend who has like 5,000 hours. I don't know. Even higher? Okay. Then I'm gonna make the safe guess and say like 3,216. Don't ask me why I added in like an extra like 16, but 5.2. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's a lot of Terraria. I respect that. Guess we need a little bit of stone. Let's see here. I literally just need the... Okay. I might be a little distracted. It's okay. Everything's fine. Probably. Is that good enough? I feel like it's probably gonna still get smoked out if I do that. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Queen's Gym. Bear jerky. Let's finally get our food upgrades. If I can remember where I put all the food. Yeah, 14's a good number, I guess. Oh, right. I never did set up the bees. We were kind of hurting on wood before, so I don't feel that bad about missing out on it. We'll set up like 4 bees. And they will probably get hassled a lot. And we should probably do like a wood run. Definitely need more wood. And then let's get 12 of these. No, it's 8 and 6? Yeah, I think it's 8 raspberries and 6 blueberries. For the Queen's Mead. Queen's Jam. Yeah, 8-6. Okay. I just recently learned about chicken jockey. People are wild. And to be fair, this isn't our base. It is funny though. This is temporary though, but yeah, basically. It's kind of how I feel about it. It's like, why are you guys gonna mess up a whole theater just for, I don't know. People are wild and rude. Okay, that. Kind of wonder what chicken jerky is like. I've only had beef jerky. I've had teriyaki beef jerky, and boy is that delicious. Alright, I guess we're cooking bear steaks. It's about time I get rid of this rock. It's just really dry. Fair. Well, if it's nothing to write home about, then I'm not that interested. Looks like I need to refill the furnace as well. Furnace? Smelter? Got a little distracted by food. But our foods are a lot better, so that's great. I apologize if my microphone is picking up the doggos. They are being very loud and howly. Not sure why. Just happens sometimes. I guess this is fine for right now. Just added a transition where you click on a link like going to someone's channel. I have never messed with the transitions before. Technically, I'm still kind of new to YouTube streaming in general, to be honest. A lot of their features are a little confusing, and I haven't actually like messed around with them because I haven't felt the need. Oh. I see. I'm not sure what you mean then, honestly. Okay, so we need bronze axe, we need cultivator, we need pine cones. We need bronze for the armory, We need bronze for our set. So much bronze. We need to go get some more tin. But we also need wood. How about a little fire, Scarecrow? Probably not really worth the bolts, but whatever. The troll that we found was not really near fine wood, or at least I wasn't really thinking about it. We're probably actually going to skip the fine wood bow, if we can, though we need to find some more trolls. The early game actually ends up being a little bit weird with the Fletcher's table, just because it's like, if you get the finewood bow, I feel like you don't really need like the trollbone bow, but then if you get the trollbone bow, it feels like you don't really need the finewood bow. But I guess I was just really focused on like other things, like getting wood and I don't know. Wasn't really thinking too much about it. And it's too much of a pain in the butt to roll beech trees into into birch trees, so especially because we were gonna need a whole bunch of like I knew that we were gonna need a whole bunch of bronze anyways, so it was kind of like a I didn't really like we're gonna kind of get there anyways, so the crude bow just kind of it does what it needs to do to start off with, something like that. Okay, yeah, so I need to go chop down pine trees, but I also need tin. I don't know how much tin, but we need tin. Maybe just another inventory would be okay. Ah, seagulls. It is getting late in the day though, so I guess I'll just hit some more of these saplings. Get some more basic wood. But we need a few more pine trees and stuff, or pine cones, so I need to go hit some more pine trees. And then we need some core wood. But yeah, normally I do kind of cheese straight into the finewood bow instead of going into the crude bow. But for this run in particular, I just kind of was like, alright, I'll slow it down a little bit, not really gonna rush because we have so much gathering to do here in the early game, like anyways. There's not really a reason for me to just try to like breeze through everything, because you kind of can't. Though, we haven't found as many trolls as I would have liked, to be honest. And I don't think that the one troll that we did find dropped any bones for us, which is a little unfortunate. But I think we need like 6 to start off with. Six sounds right. I haven't memorized all of the like all the Armory recipes, so, and they don't have the numbers like they don't have the numbers on the wiki, so I don't always remember exactly how many you need of like every little thing. I just never feel like chopping down pine trees or anything like right next to the water, because I feel like they're just gonna like fall into the water, and it's just like always a pain chasing them down. Yeah, the modded, so there's a Google Doc that is like the wiki for the modded stuff. Not like a actual web page wiki. So, and it gets like updated at different points in time too, so they have different things on there, but they don't have the actual numbers of things that you need normally. They do for like a few things, but most of the recipes, like, they don't have the numbers. They just tell you what they like. They tell you the things that you need. I don't believe that I don't believe the general public has permission to tamper with the Google Doc, but, and honestly, that's a lot of effort. Maybe. Honestly, I don't really fiddle around with Google Docs too often. I just kind of like look at them every once in a while for different things. Oh wow. This is... Huh. I didn't realize that this is kind of like just the tip of like... We didn't even like actually get across like a river. Or we kind of did. I guess that's like a small river, right? Technically. Super Pigget. But yeah, I didn't realize that we didn't actually like need to cross water to get to where we were. Filled up our inventory with tin really fast. That being said, I mean, I imagine that since the modder person probably like, you know, works on their thing every once in a while, maybe they change recipes around. Even if you know, suggest the change, it changes later, then I don't know. Doesn't help. You leave my quiet chuckles alone. They never hurt nobody. Probably. But also realistically, the main reason is because I'm lazy. I won't lie to you. The main reason is I'm lazy. Normally I'm going to wiki because I'm looking up things that I don't know, so I wouldn't even be able to help even if I wanted to. Because it'd be like, well, I came here because I don't know this thing, so I can't put it there if it's not there, and I can't tell if it's wrong or not. And even if it was wrong, I can't fix it to what it's supposed to be because I don't know. But maybe that's just me. Okay. The way that these little... I don't even know what you would call these, but the way that these formed is actually kind of annoying. Like, what's with the blueberry bushes growing on the sides of these little cliff-like areas, and tin being here on these little wanna-be, I don't know, islands? I don't know what you would call these. Water traps, that's what they are. Ah! Well, and there it is. Wet debuff. Bunch of savages in this town. I almost refreshed my debuff because of resin. Get out of here, resin. Okay. I need to chop down some pine trees. I need pine cones. I have my reasons. I need pine cones. Pine cone! Need more than that, though. I think I have like 4 right now with the one that I have in my inventory, but I could use a few more, I think. I want to start with like 8, probably. How did that miss? Oh my, okay, that was just rude. Hello, Mr. Bear. Don't do it, Yogi. Yogi Bear's trying to charge me. What? Okay, how did that miss? It went right through him. Ow. Yogi, no. Alright. Marked safe from Yogi Bears. And we're full inventory again. Okay. We'll come back. Still got a lot of daylight left. You know what? I also seem to remember there being some carrot seeds along the bank here. Did I mention the cultivator? We need the cultivator too. Aha! There's also more tin here. I have ideas, I have plans. Not sure exactly how we're gonna execute them, but we'll figure it out as we go. Why is there just some wood hanging out here? maybe it's a Grey Dwarf that I shot and I just never picked up the stuff. Unsure. I will just have you all know, the ideas that I am brewing are very, very dumb. Something, don't try this at home, kids. You'll see. Soon you will understand. Oh wait, pinecone check. 5 pine cones, okay. Alright, I also wanted to at least make a little bit of an enclosure for the bees. So that way greylings aren't just like wandering up and hitting them, and bacons and all the other stuff. Nothing like super fancy or anything like that, just you know, just like a little area where they're not getting wandered up to and smacked around and angered. And just for the lulz, I think I need like 1 coal, but doing 2. This is dumb and unnecessary, just so everyone knows, but I feel like it. Let's do some color coding. There we go. Don't bother the bees. No bother the bees. And of course the greylings are gonna probably hit me with the Arthur meme. This sign can't stop me. I can't read. But that's besides the point. Who says that everything that we do around here has any sort of meaning or reason? Okay. Okay. I need to stop and think for a second here. Okay. Cultivator, important. We have pine cones, we need a few more. I'm going to need a little bit of space here. So real quick, gonna need probably a little bit more of a flat surface is what I want. So maybe kind of closer to this area out here, right up here. I wish I was better at like imagining these things in my head. I can't really picture exactly like what I need and what I want to do. I just have a vague concept. I have an idea. So yeah, this will be hopefully interesting. Might need to do a little bit of terrain work as well. I don't know how much space I realistically need though. I also probably shouldn't have fully covered up that rock that was right there. I might need to, like, enclose that area too while I wait for the saplings to grow. I don't know if that's a big enough area. Might be a big enough area. Might be too big of an area. I'm not really, like I said, I'm not really sure how much room I need. Probably not really this much, but... yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. So with that prepped, let's start getting some bronze going. Apparently I never refilled the smelter. ... Good job me. And what are we smelting? I guess we can just do a split. Like, why not just do half and half, I guess? Ooh, I actually have enough. Alright. So never have I ever done a 5 times 5 bronze. Until today. Hi, Kerr. I don't think that you're a dumb. I think maybe you did a dumb. That being said, what is this dumb that you may have did? Okay, maybe we need a little bit more tin smelted than copper at the moment, but 25 bronze at a time. Boom. I feel like that's actually a kind of an accomplishment. Copper and getting enough copper and tin to actually do a 5 times 5 is not something that I do very often at the very least. Okay, so in particular, I know I need like 5 core wood. Sent you my ending 14 years ago. Wait, what ending? That is a cultivator. We're skipping the bronze pickaxe because there's literally just not a point to have. Not a point to it. We need the bronze axe, which should be 8 bronze, 4 wood, 2 leather scraps. Would you look at that memory? Sometimes my memory works. Sometimes. Oh, did I? Wait, did I send you the ending? I thought that you were on, like, had gotten up to, like, video, or, like, episode, like, 6 or something. Am I just misremembering? Huh. Apparently we got to a straight up full stack of... Oh wait, that's not a full stack. I saw 45 and was thinking that it was a full stack when the full stack is 75. Don't mind me. Yeah, I am just using the number pad for items. Although realistically, I guess that normally what I would do, right, if I wasn't, is like I would shift and then I would probably like I would move my hand off of my mouse and just be like 1-6 or 7-2 or 25. So I would just like use like one, like my left hand to hit one number and my right hand to hit the other, which is a little silly, I suppose, but yeah, then the numpad is what I normally use. Okay, bronze axe, check. Cultivator, check. We need a little bit of bronze for our bow, but we need to fight some trolls first. Ah, fair. Yeah, my hands are a little too big for a small keyboard. Nothing against small keyboards, though. But that makes sense. I would, like I said, I would probably then at that point just, you know, take my hand off my mouse and just hit the 2 different keys with both hands, but I don't know. Never had a small keyboard before. Ah, yes, we need 10 bronze for our armory. I see, Kerr. You're not dumb. You just did a dumb. They're different. Cart. Are we going to use the cart anymore? If we need a new one, we'll make a new one. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Okay, so we need 11 bronze. That can go back in there for right now. I think that, yeah, when we refill the smelter, we'll refill it full of tin. Do 1 set of bronze nails here, so that brings us up to 40. There we go. So we need 20 stone, 5 Surtling cores, and 1 Aether trophy. Theoretically, I could also break down the smelter. So we are going to need, I think we're going to need to do a small outpost on the ground, at least for a good long while. Which kind of means maybe I should try to give myself more space. So maybe more pine cones. Don't worry, guys. The reasoning behind the pine cones will become apparent eventually. I've kind of teased this a little bit earlier, but yeah, I have what I think is a cool base design in mind that we're gonna do in survival. I hope it's not really stupid, but it's gonna take some time to put it together, so bear with me. And you'll see why the bear with me pun is funny pretty soon. Don't worry, it's a pun, it's relevant. Just wait. But don't hold your breath. I don't know how long it's going to take. Don't want anybody passing out with high expectations. Okay. So smelter is empty. Good. So we take its materials. We need our Aether trophy. I'm a little sorry, but only a little bit. Puns are too fun. Okay. I always forget how loud that is. Alright, now we have a little bit more storage for our metals. Feels good. And while we're here, might as well start smelting down the blah blah blah. Smelting down the tin. Smelting down the tin. Bear. Okay, so that's 8 bronze, 6 bear pelts, and a trophy. I'm not sure how many bear pelts we're at. Quite a bit, actually. It's the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. Do 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 do. I really hope that they eventually add bears into the game. I feel that like bears are very Norse mythology. Like they're very fitting, right? We are officially a bear. This is why the bear puns are, yeah. I guess this is also a really important reason why people shouldn't be bothering our bees, because, you know, we're a bear. We need honey, right? This is our honey. This is our honey factory. Well, we are actually playing with bigger stack sizes. The stack sizes are actually 150% of what they're supposed to be. Also, thank you. I do like the bear hat a lot, honestly. This this is a really cool armor set. The weight thing, I don't know. I don't really have like a real reason for it per se. Like I do it in like some of my casual like solo like. Wait, that's exactly what I'm describing. I've done it in like my off-stream runs, and it's convenient, but there's like a part of me that I guess is like, oh, I'm streaming this, like, stream is really buffering, goofers. I guess there's a part of me that it's like, oh, I don't really mind the extra stack sizes because that just saves storage space, right? So it's like, oh, it stops us from having to go farm a little bit of extra wood and, you know, have like 20 bajillion chests. But I guess the carry weight thing, there's like I want to be a little bit more air quotes legitimate, and just be like, oh yeah, like I don't want to be like, it's really convenient and it doesn't really bother me too much, but I imagine that some people probably are like, oh, you're carrying like 100 copper in your inventory. That's cheating. I don't know. So I just kind of like, I don't know, subconsciously I'm like, I want to avoid that if I can, type of a deal, a little bit. Yeah, that's how I look at it too. Like, personally, I don't really mind. Like, and it's like, yeah, like, you're not really doing anything that's like breaking the game or whatever. You're not really, I mean, in a sense, there's, I suppose, some level of skill in like backpack management, but backpack management is more of a tedium than anything else, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just used to it, so it doesn't really bother me one way or the other. So I just kind of roll with it. But yeah, I really love doing like half weight, with like 150% slots. I'm doing the 150% slots anyways, but I also have an extra row of storage space just because there's like so many extra modded items. So I'm just like, yeah, that's my justification for doing it. I don't feel bad in the slightest. Okay. I think that we need 10 more bronze. 10 more bronze. Do we have 10 more bronze? We do. I'm not getting distracted. You're getting distracted. Oh, yeah. And the forge has a built-in, or the armory has a built-in smelter and the built-in storage. It's really nice. It's a really big storage too. I believe that it's iron chest levels, if not a little bit bigger. 8x4. We also need razorback tusks. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Razorback tusks. And we are missing something for our chest piece. What is that? Theoretically, it could be ancient seeds. I'm not sure if we've gotten any ancient seeds so far. Okay. Yeah, I can never actually remember like what the size of the chests are a lot of the time. Get us some nice pants. Gotta love all the little detailing, like the little things around the, I don't even know what this section of the boot would be called. Just pretend like I know what the word is for this section of the boot. And everything's fine. Don't worry about it, everything's fine. Out the old and in with the new. Leather stuff out. We are become bare. Honestly though, I can't remember what the last piece is that we need for that. We'll get it eventually. Okay, so cultivator, check. Bronze axe, check. 2 of our pieces are a check. And we'll hide this bronze in this corner. What else do we need bronze for besides upgrades? Well, I guess still technically upgrades. I meant armor upgrades, but we need like forge upgrades and stuff too. We also need to take our fletching table to level 2. Yeah, we got work to do. Even with all that copper we got, we're gonna need more. This is agony. In like the best way, but agony. Oh, that's what is. Okay. Thank you, Logar. I was being cheeky and lazy and not wanting to look it up. Troll bone is what we haven't touched yet. So, with that being the case, I suppose one of our next steps then is hunting down trolls. You know, if I had realized that I only had like one fine wood, I probably would have put a little bit more effort into getting the fine wood off that shipwreck, if I'm being honest. That being said, it's not that big of a deal, but I wasn't really thinking about the lack of fine wood at the time. But, oh well, we have fine wood now. Actually, we have a bunch of birch trees that are really close, too. Like, it's a really nice density of birch trees in our neighborhood. Birch trees in the neighborhood. I'm sure that there's some sort of Magic School Bus parody that could be made here, and it'd be a lot of fun. But I'm not gonna subject you guys to that at the moment. Just gonna get this stuff done, because we gotta knock this out of the park. A lot of stuff to do. A lot of resin to throw out. Huh. That sounded like it was like a fox scream. And I was like, wait, that sounded like one of the sheep screams, but we don't have the sheep in the mod pack anymore. So okay. 20 of that. I guess we'll just get the tin ore done and out of the way. Also, can we just take a moment to really appreciate just the fine detailing on this beautiful modded piece? Like, look at all of these shields nicely in here, and then you have all of like the little fine knickknacks, like you got the horn and like the bronze nails, like your tools, and even like little bits of like linen and like sealant pieces or whatever. Not to mention these cool Norse depictions, some runes, and really cool dragon thing. And you got your Viking dwarf guy up here. Honestly, the models that some of these mods use are fantastic. It's kind of funny because I've had a similar thought before, where it's just like, ah yes, there's just stuff on here. You could just like grab stuff. You don't need to make stuff. This is silly. But I appreciate the look of it anyways, so, you know. Something, don't think too hard about it. Oh. There we go. Okay, more resin to throw out. Don't really see a reason to hold on to birch seeds per se, but I'll do it anyways. Okay. Let's chop down the big boy. And let us pray that RNG favors us and gives us acorns. Nobody else lives on this island except me. Or in this plane, I guess, or layer, except me. And I made this, but it's not mine. It'd be rude to take it. I will say though, as a main character, part of being a main character in a video game is being kinda stupid. But also, come on now. It's the reasoning of like, oh, well, why not grab that helmet? Because I might need it later. No, is that just me? Is that just me being a hoarder? That might just be me being a hoarder. Don't mind me. That's not a real reason, by the way. I was just being silly. But anyways. Wait, we got 9 acorns from that one tree? The heck? Okay. We like that. Oh, one-use helmet. Tried to grab those. Apparently they didn't want to be grabbed. I think that here looks kind of good. Just gonna plant some oak trees. Kind of similar to the past couple of runs we've done. I think that I'm just literally gonna, you know, plant a few oak trees, and then basically it's like when we need them, we'll harvest them, and that'll give us a nice boost in like wood and fine wood and stuff. This time I'm going to give them a little bit of a pen though, because I'm sick and tired of things breaking my saplings. You know what's funny about that, Logar, is I considered the design that I want to do is going to be a tree base, but I did consider doing like a split between the tree base and trying to build like my own cave because of the bear set, and I was like, yeah, bear. I should be living like a bear. I should have a cave. But yeah, the system doesn't really support you know, doesn't really support bear cave too well. So that being said, I mean, I have an idea for that based off some videos that I've watched about doing like some underground type building stuff, but it'd take a lot of effort to do it, which I'm not really against per se, but like you kind of need need a stonecutter in order to do it, basically. And since I can't, you know, guarantee like when on these runs that I'm gonna have access to the stonecutter, I was just like, I'll save it for a different video, I guess. That and like I was like, the idea for the tree base that I have, I think it's gonna be really cool. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So oak, oak, oak. Hopefully that's enough room. I feel cold. Seriously, every time. Every time that message pops up, just instantly Pirates of the Caribbean. Alright. Too much resin. Good old Baldur's Gate. I don't remember what Baldur's Gate that I played when I was like a younger kid. Me and my buddy played it, and it was really silly. He played like as a dwarf and like basically only equipped like shiny underwear and would like run around and like shield bash people and stuff. I don't even remember much of the game itself. I just remember playing it and laughing. Baldur's Gate 3 was really good though. I personally never finished it though. At least not technically. I've been there while friends beat it. That counts for something, right? Oh, fair. I actually wasn't aware of that boulder. And I assume that the boulder of Baldur's Gate is probably named after that boulder, since Norse mythology has been around for decades. Decades? Millennia? Long time? Long time. Let's just say long time. Okay. What do we need? We need to go fight trolls. In order to fight trolls, we have to find trolls. Since we're having trouble finding trolls, I think that we upgrade. I think it's time. The time has come, the walrus said. Also, it helps that we have a bunch of fine wood and stuff now, so. Pretty sure that I'm still going to need a lot more core wood, though, for plans. We'll see. Was it deer hide or leather scraps? It was deer hide. I was good to second guess myself. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the tankard, and I was like, now I am tempted to craft the tankard for literally no reason. We have no mead to drink from the tankard, but I kind of want to craft it anyways. But then it's just gonna sit in a box, so eh. I've played very little of the first God of War. Wasn't really my series. Not that I have anything against God of War, I just didn't really, like, the gameplay didn't really speak to me, I guess. Something like that. I've had a little bit of curiosity about God of War Ragnarok though, but I'm not sure if I have access to it on Steam or not. Ragnarok? Was it Ragnarok? Might have been Ragnarok. I don't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of like... No, I don't think it's No, Assassin's Creed, the Viking one is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, right? So it should be God of War Ragnarok, right? Maybe? No, I'm just confused. Don't mind me. We were talking PS2 era. The first God of War. Okay. We've been sitting at the base. I've been babbling about random stuff. Let's go find trolls. We're gonna find trolls. We're gonna shoot them. We're gonna call them names like Blueberry. Yeah. That's about it. I'm gonna find trolls and shoot them, call them Blueberry. Also bears. We find any bears? Beyond that, I don't think there's anything in particular that we really need to go out of our way to grab. Like, I don't know. We'll just grab stuff. I'm sure our inventory will end up being full of random junk because, yeah, hoarder. Money's always good. Actually, money would be particularly good, yeah, because we still need to get our Megging Yord eventually. I can't say no to Bluebus. Our stock of Bluebus actually isn't that great, so now that we're actually kind of poking into the Black Forest a bit more. Our food supply is a little bit sus, but I think we'll be good for we're good for like an hour, so should be okay. Alright, everybody keep your eyes peeled for giant blueberries. And regular sized blueberries. Because reasons. No, that sounds right. That sounds right, Sue. Where's the shipwreck? We don't really need it, but very much the opposite direction of where we're going. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I saw a troll cave. Oh, I already had that dungeon marked. Not me not looking at my mini-map. I don't know what you're talking about. Couldn't be me. Alright. Will the blueberry be outside or inside? Let's find out. I don't see one outside. Oh, just kidding. I see one outside. Let's give him a tickle at the buckshot, shall we? Yeah. Oh wow, that did like a third of his health. If I'm not mistaken, trolls... I don't know if they're weak to fire, but I think fire's good against them. Maybe I'm mistaken. Give me your bones. Bones! We did it! We need more than 3 though. Perforation? I'm assuming that that is an alternate word for pierce, and that would be correct. Hold on me, Blueberry. Probably gonna get a smash here after this one. Nope, I guess one more. Oh, just kidding. I think we want to stay like just in melee range so that he swings and then we just back up. But then we're not far enough away for him to want to throw a rock at us. And I probably could have just walked out of that, but unsure. Didn't trust the spacing, so. And that's the way you do it. It's a troll in a cave. A troll in a cave, yeah. Fighting trolls in a cave. And now we wish we had glowing, so that we can see the treasures on the floor. Apologies to everyone who can't see. I blame your monitor mostly, but yeah, we don't have like a torch or anything, so. Sometimes if you are on like a TV monitor or something, like the brightness doesn't like calibrate right. I never carry torches. Except for the starting torch. I don't know. Torches bother me in this game because they run out and you can't repair them. So I just don't use them. Okay, well, we have 6 bones. I don't remember if we need 6 or 8. That being said, we need some for our chest piece, but we also want a couple for a bow as well. So we might as well just continue on our journey and look for more trolls. That's fair. That happens to me sometimes, but I usually tend to just throw them out, so. Well, props to that Grey Dwarf. He tried to get in the way. He tried to protect his healer. He just didn't do a very good job. That's a bear. Yeah, look at the... I don't know if anybody's like kind of mentally compared the draw rate, the speed of our circle going down, like in comparison to when we started. Like it's so much faster. We are doing fantastic. Bows are at 30. I think that this is like kind of the first checkpoint that you want with the bow skill, honestly. It's what I heard from like another YouTuber. Is that like 30 is kind of like the first kind of good break point that really sets you up for success with bows. But yeah, like, I mean, you can feel the difference between drawing a bow at 30 bow skills and 0 bow skills. It's very nice. Oh yeah, we have enemies spawned in rocks. Which means they can't get out to follow us around. But they can attack us from inside, and we can't hit them back, so. Without splash damage anyways. Oh wow, the Skelly won that? That's surprising. Another troll cave! We're in the money. We're in the money. Honestly, was not expecting as many things as we have found. Yes, I am good word. I wasn't... I'm a little surprised at how well our little expedition has gone. That's what I meant to say. Hey, we got one sneak. Oh, that's not the troll we wanted to see, though. He doesn't give us a lot of breaks in between attacks. So we gotta be careful with our stamina here. I'm gonna be like really slow on attacking him. Just so that I make sure that like stamina is high and I can always dodge. So oh yeah, arrested buff fell off. Forgot. I'm actually letting my stamina go pretty low here, which is probably a mistake. Something never punished. By the power of Bear Skull. If you didn't come here for bad puns and memes and other random nonsense, well, I hope that you enjoy anyways. You know what? We can carry all these bones. Might as well take them. The rocks can stay. Yeah, like, there are rubies here. I can barely see them. But there is a very, very small contrast between the rubies and the floor. So I can see them just well enough. But yeah, it's rough. These coins, I can barely see them. They're like a little tiny black dot. Oh, that's a little bit easier to see, but yeah. Always recommend being glowing or bringing a torch if searching troll caves for money. It's really funny too. I didn't find out that these troll caves can have like treasure like along the sides of them until like this year. Pretty sure that I literally saw like somebody else, some other YouTuber like find money in the cave, and I was like, wait, you can find cash items on the floor in these troll caves? I rarely ever go into them myself. I don't know. I never had trouble with like finding like hides and leathers, which seemed like the main reason to go into them. Like especially for like speedrunners. So like I'm just like, oh well, unless I need trolls, there's just not really a reason for me to go in a troll cave, so you know, didn't spend a lot of time in troll caves. Okay, too much resin, don't need it. Puke berries, don't need them. Alright, our inventory's full. We have 8 troll bones, which is, I'm hoping is enough. It might not be, we might need 2 more. We'll find out once we get home. A bear? Alright, Yogi. Time to get spun. Spin the bear. Ah. Yep. I said it before, I'll say it again. I am going to miss so many point-blank shots. because I'm bad. Anyways. Okay. We're kind of close to spawn. Don't think there's really a reason for us to kind of travel back through either biome. No, wait. We'd rather go through the... Oh yeah, I gotta start quoting Ezreal voice lines from League of Legends. That was a warning shot. It was a tactical miss. Gauntlet, you're making me look bad in front of the bad guys. No, anyways. I guess the reason for us traveling back through the Black Forest is we can run into more bears, so might as well do that. Also, maybe pick on some brutes and get some ancient seeds that we haven't grabbed yet. Oh, hello lag. Please go away. Do not like that. Haha! Aw, the other Grey Dwarves push the Grey Dwarves out of the way. Now they're pushing them into me. There's a shaman over there. It's annoying. Okay. I definitely didn't bite off more than I could chew, but I definitely might have underestimated how many Grey Dwarves were right here. Not that I think it's that big of a deal, but especially since we can just kind of go like this and not care, but... Aha! The bear! Apparently there's a skeleton over there somewhere? Yep. Okay. Need to make sure that if there's a shaman, the shaman dies. So that way, everything else can die. Oh, bow's about to break. Wow, I am missing a lot of really easy shots. Okay, got it. Kinda bad right now. Okay. There you go. Go on. Get out of here. No. Out. Okay, fine. If you won't get out, I'll put you out. How do we approach this? We sneak, start resting, get rested buff, right with enemies in our face, attacking our structure? That's kind of funny. But I think we're supposed to just bail here. I only have 18 arrows left, and my bow is about to break. So yeah, I think we're supposed to just bail. Or we could give them the shotgun. I mean, crossbow. I like that idea better, because it's cocky. I guess it's also just, you know, leveling our crossbow skill, so can't complain about that. Yeah, where are you at, bear? My buddy Yogi. Bring it on, Yokester. There we go. Let's see here. Sure, throw out some rocks. Honestly, we can probably throw out a little bit of wood now too. Just kind of pick everything up, I guess. It's a lot of Great Orb eyes. Kind of don't want to leave them behind. Definitely don't need all the resin though. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that we picked up all the bear meat. Seems good. Hashtag worth. Need feathers. Always need feathers. Skeleton? Nah. Okay. Anyways, Alright, good to know. We do not one-shot the melee skellies. At least not yet. Without a sneak attack. Not sure if that was actually charged or not. And by charged, I mean this little icon up here, or our little buckshot icon in the corner. Yeah, special effect of the weapon is that it like holds charges and it's a little bit more powerful, like if you spend more time in between shots. Alright, but we are full inventory. The only thing that we want to see on the way home are bears. And that's not a bear. That is also not a bear. If it ain't a bear, then we don't care. Maybe I'd fight a Great Dwarf Brute, but eh. Something's going on over there. Probably a skeleton murdering a boar, and the boar never stood a chance. Blue bus. Oh, that was a bad shot. I do wish that, like, I probably wouldn't play them still, because crossbows aren't, like, my favorite style of weapon mechanically in this game. But, I do kind of wish that they had, you know, crossbows throughout the entirety of the game, rather than just at the end. There is something kind of satisfying about just, I don't know, shooting something with a bolt and watching it explode. Poof. Feathers. Feathers that we can't carry. This is madness. It's your lucky day, dear. We don't need mats. We don't need mats from you. We made it. Still alive. Actually, you know what? I don't think we've died yet. I hope to keep it that way, but I am accident prone, so... Okay. Our black leather hunting vests. We needed 2 troll bones. Oh. That's a lot less than I thought. I thought it was like 6 or 8. Awkward. I probably got the bronze numbers mixed up in my head. Probably. Alright, we have done it. We have achieved full beardom. Say what's on your mind. Say that biz for beardom. Also, it's appropriate because the band is named, or the group artist is Black Bear. I'm not apologizing for that one. You know, also we should have enough. Yeah, we have like way more than enough troll leather to do cape things. Okay, troll hide cape, and then black troll cape. Black troll cape around your nape. Do. I don't know, something like that. Sue, don't eat yourself into a coma. Eat yourself into a kuma. Ha 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 ha. That's the Japanese word for bear. I'm probably getting canceled for this. Anyways. Trollbone bow. 5 trollbones. We have enough. 6 tusks and 6 bronze. I mean, we definitely have 6 more bronze, right? Yes, we do. That being said, we need to get our razorback tusks. This is what I was saving them for. Do. 5 of you. 10 of you. Over encumbered, as per usual. You know, maybe I should have made this a little bit bigger than a 3x3. Not that I can't change it, but I probably should have made this a little bit bigger than a 3x3. Wait, what am I missing? 6 bronze. Derp. I'm a derp. Alright, well, our fine wood bow has become irrelevant. But that's okay. Let's take a moment to admire the trollbone bow. Pretty snazzy. Got the little, like, blue leather center plate piece or whatever, and then you got a little bit of the bronze with the little bones, the razor tusks. Very cool. But yes, we are now bear. Hear us roar. Total waste of a buff. Buff. Totally worth it for comedic effect, though. Right? Right? That's what I tell myself. Okay. Our boxes are filling up, which is both good and bad. Okay. So some of the main goals that I have set out for today, we have accomplished. We got to the Bronze Age, we got our bear garb, and we are looking fly. Why you just gotta put me down like that, Valheim? We have our armory up, we have a cauldron even, so foods and stuff. Speaking of, I should probably, you know, cook some more bear meat. Probably. Yeah, 6-hour mark. It's not bad. This is basically about where I expected to be at the 6-hour mark, I think. So, I mean, we're doing good. I need more pine cones. Yeah, I need more pine cones. We didn't find a mountain, which is a little unfortunate, but eh. That would just be for other random things. Still not exactly sure how I want to do the design of our base, but I have an idea of how it's supposed to work in my head. So we'll see if it actually can kind of come to fruition in some way, shape, or form. But first, top off on arrows. We are looking a little low on wood, but if we're gonna go look for pine cones anyways, then I'll probably, you know, do a little extra chopping. Okay. How is our portal materials looking? We can actually do some. So I guess that while we're going to look for pine cones, I don't know if we can actually get to the Elder on foot. But I suppose it doesn't hurt to try. And I guess that at the very least, we can always put a portal down and grab a ship. So that works. All right. Also, just a reminder: this is not our base. This is our starter home. This is our temporary storage / forward operating base. It's just a shack. Don't worry about it. It's not going to exist forever. It doesn't have to look pretty. It'll probably never look pretty. It's going to look like this until we break it down. But yeah. Anyways, I think that the best option is to go this way because I think that this kind of like curves. So it's very possible that maybe it'll stretch out far enough to get to the Elder, but I'm also not gonna, you know, like hold my breath. But worst comes to worst, we figure out where the land ends. We put a portal down, we grab ship materials, we go sailing. I'm not like in a super huge rush to take down the Elder, honestly. Like, I basically was just like, the way I'm approaching this particular playthrough is just like, yeah, it's gonna be a little grindy. I have a probably stupid base idea that I want to put into effect, and we're going to need a lot of materials for it, so a little bit more of a slow roll. But, yeah. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the shenanigans and the hijinks. There's not really any hijinks, but hope you guys are enjoying the shenanigans. And I'd like to get the base idea kind of started at the very least soon, but first I need pine cones. And I just figure if we're gonna go out for pine cones anyways, might as well go exploring a little bit while we're at it. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Do-do-do-do. And honestly, I guess that I don't really care that much about too many of these pine trees and whether they get cut all the way down or not, so... maybe I'll get a little bit further from the base, though, before doing anything drastic. That way they're not just, like, entities laying around loaded in for no reason, something like that. But yeah, let's hope that we find Haldor randomly while we're exploring. That would be nice. I don't really expect much because this is still essentially the starter island, and Haldor kinda tends to not spawn like right next to spawn, so... Also, unsure if I should go in here and beat down this troll, but kinda feel like I should. But first, Bluebus. Whoop. You know what? Let's go for a little sneak attack first with our crossbow. That's the bad troll that we don't want to see. At least we have rested buff this time, which is slightly counteracted by the wet debuff, but whatever. Yeah, something like that. That being said, I think that we're almost at that diameter. Like, I want to say that it's probably like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the circle would be, but we should be getting close to it on this side, I think. Radius? Oh, maybe. One of those things. A certain distance away from spawn in any given direction, which then forms a circle. Ah, I got scammed. There was a troll in here and there's no treasure chests. Lame. Not that we really needed them anyways, but, you know. Alright. Here we go again. Ah, I see. I'm not gonna remember that, but thank you for sharing. / clarifying. Ah, beautiful, beautiful bone arrows. Putting in work. I probably should have made more bone arrows too. Wait. This is literally a dungeon that spawn collided with a copper node. Not that I was gonna go in there anyways, but that's silly. Oh, hi, Lugar. Oh, a jar of honey. I have seen so many wonky things with spawn collisions. An urn full of honey. It's a little small on my screen, but it looks like a jar of honey. Or maybe I'm just a bare brain right now, and I have, you know, jars of honey on the brain. Just, I mean, can you blame me? Look at me. This is definitely the face of a person who thinks of nothing but honey. I should have named the character Winnie. Missed opportunity. Both? Both. Both is good. I see the outline of really high terrain, which only means one thing. Mountains. I might have gotten my my wish for early iron after all. Although I guess honestly at this point, even just finding a swamp would have been totally fine too. So, I guess I would have been in a little bit more of a rush to defeat Elder if we found a swamp, but either way. You know, I was gonna say that I think we're going a little bit out of our way from the Elder, but I mean the Elder's a little bit more out west anyways, right? So this might all connect. Well, okay, sort of connect, right? This is it's a little bit wide. I think we can cross it. We can definitely cross this. Having a little bit of issue with this rock, but our stamina regenerated, so it worked, I guess. Wait, what's far away? Correct what? You lost me, Sue. I think I had mentioned earlier about finding a spawner and maybe sitting at one for a while, but I actually feel like we've fought quite a few great orbs, so we probably don't actually need to farm at a spawner right now. I definitely should have crafted more bone arrows before we left, though. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, tis very true. Oh, there's the other skelly. I went to go swap arrows and then the skelly appeared. And then got wrecked. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very tempted to head out towards the mountain. I'm probably gonna head out towards the mountain, unless it requires us sailing, in which case I'm not gonna do it, but... Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, like once you get really, really high on the bow draws, like it's crazy fast. Like you can basically almost like, okay, so like this is how long our draw speed is, right? It would literally be like, and done. Like you can almost rapid fire shots once you get high enough. I haven't seen really high crossbows though, but I mean, it also reduces their like reload speed by at least like, or by like 50% once it gets to like 100. I don't know if we'll get our crossbows that high since, you know, I kind of don't use them as much, but I'm gonna try. Valheim, not enough items. That's a great name. Sounds very interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that actually. Let me make a little notepad note real quick. So I will say thank you for sharing. I'll look into that later. But also, Sad Mountain. It's too far. Feel like it's possible that I've seen it, but maybe just kind of like looked over it instead of actually looking into it. But I don't know. I mean, sometimes you don't always look into things, like you just see them and you're like, I'm gonna do something else, or not what I'm looking for at the moment, right? Also, we totally found a swamp, but it looks like an abysmally small swamp. There's probably nothing in there. Although, I guess the more terrain is over there, so maybe it kind of widens out a little bit. With all the trees rendering in, though, I feel like I would probably see a place of a thing, one of the dungeons, if it were there. At least like the lights, right? Maybe it's a little bit bigger than I'm giving it credit for, though. That being said, I feel like we just attracted a whole bunch of attention that I wasn't really looking for. Foot. Quick, evac. Run away! It does look like we're going to get to the Elder on foot, though. And we found some interesting things while on the way. Resin, why are you like this? Be gone, Resin! Okay. Sleeping, making bone arrows before we leave. Which is... pretty sure that every lot of 20 is 8 wood, 4 bones, 2 feathers. I'd like to make up to like 80, so I'm going to make 3. I also forgot to look for pine cones. We'll do that after we put the portal down at the Elder. No, I normally do. That's the problem. I keep a chest full of resin. I just never use it. Look, I got 4 stacks right here. You should have seen the vanilla playthrough. I was actually using resin. I'm pretty sure that I ended up with an iron, like, my iron chest was like half or 3/4 of the way full once we got to iron, and even though I was like actively using resin to like light up torches and stuff, I still had just so much resin. It was we were never close to running out. Then again, I don't think I ever made like fire arrows or anything, but like I don't know. Fire arrows are kind of on the weak side, so. I also think I grabbed too much wood. I think I wanted like, yeah, like 2 stacks. Or 2 lots of 20 for the wood, but... Oh gosh, that's so much resin. So much resin. Yeah, it's a very plentiful resource. It's not that it doesn't have uses, it's just that it's a very plentiful resource. You definitely get a lot more of it than you use, I feel like. But, I don't know. Maybe there are people out there who have uses for resin that I've never even considered. Or some people just like, you know, burning through torches and putting like lights and stuff everywhere, and I'm a little bit more of a minimalist when it comes to that kind of stuff. Oh, there's swamp on this side too. Also, yeah, that swamp on the other side definitely opens up and it's like way bigger. So, yeah, there might be some stuff over there. All right. Hello, swamp. I'm a little bit on the late side for getting into you, but whatever. I don't really plan on really attacking the swamp right now, but you know, it's kind of on the way to Elder, and if we can find some turnip seeds, that would be fantastic. Boar, listen, Pigu, calm down. I'm not bothering you. Leave me alone. Shoo, shoo, be gone with you. Don't go into the swamp. You're gonna die. You're gonna die if you go in there. I have not killed the Elder. But you don't need to kill the Elder to pick turnips. Technically, you also don't even need to kill the Elder to get into the crypts. But that's how you're intended to get in. You're intended to use the key to get into crypts. And I don't actually use the skip for getting into the swamps, but it's pretty easy. All you really need is a little bit of fine wood, and you basically just put a chair down, like part of the way through the door. You sit in the chair and then stand up. Yeah. Not seeing any little yellow flowers. I don't know why I'm picking up these boar materials. We don't really need them, but... And we don't need more bees. Getting a little off track here, but it's okay. We're exploring, looking around. Testing the waters. Looking for turnips. But yeah, I really don't see turnips anywhere, so... Fish in a barrel. Doesn't really look like the swamp continues much on the other side. I hadn't really thought about it. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to deal with abominations. Not that we really need abomination mats, I don't think, but definitely, if we have to clear some around like bone mass or something, you know, it's something to think about. You know, I do think we need some rotting pelts though, so. Did that actually go over? It did. Man, the crossbow is like, goes really, really far for a straight shot. I actually killed that elk. And I'm getting myself killed to this drugger. Okay, let's go bow versus bow. It's a lot easier to maneuver. Yeah. It won't really matter until we get to like iron, right? But, you know. What I'm surprised that I two-shot that elk and I killed it in such a bad spot. Alright, well, this is where bows really start to shine, I feel like. Once you kind of get past the, I mean, I guess this is still pretty heavily forested, right? But, when your visibility starts expanding a lot while you're exploring biomes, it's a lot easier to snipe things. Okay, I don't see any leeches in the water. Apparently there might be a leech somewhere that sees me, but whatever. Ah, there it is. I am so glad I didn't swim out there. That could have been a death sentence. I think it's Svalt. Here, let me put it in the chat. I believe that's how it's spelled. Mount out that way too. I think I'd rather, or sooner would go to that mountain over there though. Should probably make like a little marker or something. Just be like mountain. Probably gonna explore that later. What? Really? That sucks. Also, we one-tapped that deer that time. Deer, elk, thing. Hooved creature with the sideways eyes. Suppose we might as well use this opportunity to level up our crossbows a little bit more. Maybe a little bit of a waste of the fire bolts shooting the leeches, though. Oh, there's also... Oh, there's mountain over here. That's a big one. Alright. I think we're gonna do a very gravy thing here and get ourselves into some trouble. Because this is something I do. Oh, hello, leech. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, if you have the wet debuff, you take more damage from lightning and from frost. there's just not a lot of lightning sources in the game, right? Like, you have like the couple of weapons in like the Ashlands, but like as a player, you don't really have access to lightning. And then the only lightning damage that you really take is like from Aether. I mean, to be fair, we have the weak versus fire stat on the root set and on the feather cape. So it kind of exists. Okay, those are necks. They're doing their neck thing. There's a Draugr murdering a neck. Oh, it's so bright over here. Now we have Draugrs murdering pigs. What did those pigs ever do to you? Bully. What? I slipped and didn't get my jump off. Rip. And up we go. True. One of the mottos is when in doubt, start a turf war. I like passing off enemies that I'm not comfortable fighting to other enemies. Okay, so print seeds. We'll kind of wander around this mountain a little bit. Give it a little check-see check for frost caves. Oh yeah, it goes really high up there. Ooh, also, grizzly. We need to fight grizzlies. That I can't recommend in real life. It's very possible that at times there might be a time and a place. Alright, spin the bear. But, yeah, I can't recommend applying Valheim advice to real life in general. Hey, look, bear. Spin the bear. When in doubt, spin the bear. When not in doubt, still spin the bear. But, yeah, like, spin the bear, I don't think that spin the bear translates into real life very well. I can't say for certain. I've never tested it. But as of the fact that I've never tested it, you know, like, you probably shouldn't take my advice on dealing with a bear in real life. And as of such, I would highly recommend not personally testing spinning the bear. Oh no. Okay, so ideally, I would like a little spot somewhere close to here. So it's close to the Elder, but also close to this mountain. And these firebolt are putting in work though. I shot a bush. The burst damage from crossbows is really, really good. Also the fact that they can go really, really far, you know, without losing words. The fact that they go straight for so far, really, really strong. I just, the having to reload and not being able to run while reloading is so irksome to me. So, I think that I'm out of spawn range of that spawner, but I can shoot it from here, which is cool. Did we... I think that we hit one of the roots that was sticking out of the ground, but should be hitting the spawner now, I think. I don't know how many shots this is going to take, because I'm pretty sure that it resists pierce, but I don't know. I was kind of curious to see how well this would work. That wasn't too bad. That was like, what, 5, maybe 6 shots like to hit it, maybe 4 or 5 to break like the root. Oh, you know what? I saw that ancient sapling yesterday when I was doing my testing, and I ended up planting it and then forgetting about it. So I never went and checked on it to see what it actually is. I just know it's from the mods, but yeah, I have no idea what it actually is. I don't know if it grows into a spawner. I don't know if it actually grows into like a... Or I guess that it's an ancient tree, right? So I guess that it would be one of the like ancient bark trees from the swamp. That would make sense. Maybe a little too much sense. Okay. Back to the task at hand. Huh, that was interesting. I think I got hit, like, as I let go of my mouse to fire, and then my shot just, like, didn't go off. I'm not sure. Also, damage variance is a little wild. I one-shot that Great Orc, but, like, not the other one. Kinda weird. I suppose I don't see a reason to not build the portal right here. Maybe it's a little close. It's probably fine though. Blue bus. That being said, I guess at the very least we should kind of, I don't know, make a couple of walls or something. Doesn't have to be super big or anything, right? It just needs to function. Also doesn't need to look pretty. We're not going to be visiting this spot very often, I can't imagine. Just for right now. Not even sure if we really need like a roof or anything. I can't see. There we go. Looks right? Looks right. Okay. We're here. I think that we just got our first ancient seed, so I don't even actually think we can fight the boss. I was thinking to myself like, oh, maybe we can go fight the boss just to get it out of the way. But yeah, I don't think we have enough summon materials yet, so. Oh. I need more storage. I need to get the base started. A lot of things to do. I definitely need to go hunt pine cones. That's kind of where we start. It's a little unfortunate that we didn't find a dungeon in the swamp like kind of on our side, because that would have been really convenient for getting iron for one of the ideas I have for the project, but I suppose that it's okay. So for now, well, I am hitting all of the wrong buttons. For now, I suppose we make a little bit more shelving. That's a little off. That should be good. Just a little bit more storage. I have no idea what we're gonna actually do for like a storage unit, like once we kind of get there, but yeah, this is kind of just how we're gonna do a temp storage. This is our little 3x3 shack. I guess technically it's a 6x6 because these are 2x2 meter panels, but whatever. It's a little roomier than I'm used to, actually. Normally my little starter homes tend to get very, very packed very, very fast. Unless I get one of like the longer like starter homes. I think we have one like over the ridge or something, but hey, our oak trees are done. Huzzah! We'll harvest those eventually. We don't need the fine wood like right this second, so not gonna worry too much about it. What we need are pine cones. Pine cones and thyme. And core wood, amongst other things. At least we started getting set on gear. That's always important. Alright, this group of pine trees right here, they're all going down. Whoop. Silly cur. I saw that. Do 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 the stamina. Do 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 do. Pine cone. Okay. That leaves, I think. Oh, I have 2 pine cones. Okay. I think I just wanted 8. I think 8 is good, probably. Getting a little swarmed here. No biggie. Okay, just making sure I didn't accidentally get a pine cone and didn't realize it. I have my reasons. Okay. Well, that's pine cones. Pine cones done. That's a skeleton. And a bear. You know what? I don't think that we're gonna have to shoot the skeleton. Got a sneaking suspicion. My suspicions were correct. Don't remember if we're gonna need many mushrooms or not. I guess I should just keep picking them up anyways, though. Just to be on the safe side. I will also mark this copper node in case of emergency. And by in case of emergency, I mean if we just need copper later. Ah! There was this whole time. How did I miss this? And to be fair, it was a feature that they added later. They used to not have it, but yeah, another thing too about it is like when you do the regular attack, it does spread damage, so like you do reduce damage per hit, but the secondary attack actually doesn't split damage, so you get like full damage on all the things that you hit. It can just be really hard to hit multiple things. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh yeah, blocking's a thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's dependent on the weapon that you're using. Swords have the best arc, so swords, it's really easy to hit multiple enemies at once. Also, we are totally commandeering this tower. It's a little bit further from the Elder, I guess, but I mean, I guess I don't really predict being out here for too much, like for too many things, so. Huh. What sword are you using? I'm not sure that it really matters. I think they're all kind of the same size, but just out of curiosity. Wait, how did I end up carrying too much? Did I accidentally pick up something I didn't mean to? I might have pressed E or something. Okay. I know you definitely can, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't have the longest reach in the universe, I suppose, so. Actually, they have to, like, basically be, like, almost right on top of each other. It might be like it could be a purposeful choice, just to kind of give you reason for using sledgehammers, probably. Because sledges are really good at, sledges, like, their whole thing is literally just AoE, so. Alright, I like this location so much more. This is so much more secure. But, yeah, weapon hitboxes are a thing. Spears are really, really hard to hit multiple enemies. Axes have a little bit of a tough time with it too. Maces for sure do, yeah. Sledges are good at AoE. I think that as far as the rest of the melees go, swords are probably the best, but they kind of have to be, like, almost right on top of each other. So it can be a little rough. Knives are almost impossible. Their hitbox is so small. What else is there? Claws have a really tiny hitbox too. It's really, really hard to actually hit multiples. A lot of the time, like, most of the weapons, you have to kind of hit, like, almost in between them. So, like, if an enemy's right here, like where the chest is, and one's where the door is, it's like you kind of aim, like, right here in between them, and then, like, if your arc is wide enough and you're close enough, you can hit both, but I suppose in that sense, the game doesn't really like to work with you. It kind of does work against you. And then elevation works against you, like, super hard, too. I did get distracted, but I did promise everybody getting into trouble, so. It's about to be 12 in game. It's not too bad. Take like 25 of that. 10 wood. And let's go run around a mountain. She'll be running around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Most people would probably look for the third ancient seed in order to summon Elder. That's a sensible course of action. Obviously, that's not what we're doing. I'm half doing that. We're going up the mountain, but if I spot like a spawner, I'll probably go get the Elder, the ancient seed, and then go try to spawn Elder. But it's a lot more fun to do dumb things. It can be more fun to do dumb things. Yeah, don't pay any attention to me. something high risk, high reward. So what we're looking for are frost caves. And, you know, seeing trees, but And there's a frost cave. Alright. That being said, I mean, I went into frost caves way early in the fist run, right? And honestly, I feel like we were less prepared then than we are now, so as long as there's not a blizzard going on, I think we'll be okay. We were really close to that frost cave too. I just don't see it. I'm not freezing, you're freezing. I don't see any structures or enemies. One of those is a good thing. Okay, enemy spotted. Yeah, they're not too bad. The main concern is always cultists if you're not prepared for them. But I mean, honestly, if you figure them out really fast, then they're not too bad. I like the frost caves. They were a really good addition to the game. Okay, the frost cave is right there. I see like the little corner of it. How many fire? We have 2 more fires. I want to put one at like the mouth of the cave, kind of, and then the other one I'll probably put like right here, I guess. I hear a wolf, so it's probably going to hear me and wander over, but I'm not sure. So let's prepare for that. Yeah, pretty sure something heard me. Okay. This thing shoots like straight. I gotta remember that. I'm like always trying to like correct for like an arching angle type of dealie, and like it shoots straight so far. Well, that's just rude. Also, apparently there's an wolf or something that just touched fire and started dying. I should probably use my normal bow for this, I think. Reload is not going to be great on like the bats. This will be good for wolves, but not great for bats. So I guess it depends on what we see first. Yeah, something is... Oh wait, no. That was the sound of a bat. Money? Alright, good to know. You can in fact shoot crystal nodes to get more crystals than if you just pick them up. I'm not too worried about this because we have so much range. But we still need to be like a little bit careful. I don't want to get like too overconfident and then like get stuck in a corner and just get absolutely annihilated by a cultist. Or, you know, like walk around a corner and just get like absolutely face slammed by an wolf. Because that's bad too. Oh look, double cultist. Fire bolts are actually probably not the play against these guys. Okay. Ultimate test. Can he get up here? Survey says no. Excellent. Here come the bats. This might be a little awkward. Maybe. I could probably just ignore them. They don't really do that much damage, but... They are annoying. But, you know, they get stuck in a corner, then they're kind of done for. Okay, so one of the cultists in here is still alive. Not sure which direction he went. I mean, on one hand, it's like, it's a cave, right? That's living caves, so it kind of makes sense. Some amount of sense. They can be really annoying, like more so than some of like the Meadows creatures though, because they can fly. But yeah, they're pretty easy to deal with, for the most part. Okay, not actually sure how I missed that shot, but... Oop. Tactical retreat. Alright, we don't talk about my aim. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't mention it. Nobody panic. Everything's fine. Except for my aim. There we go. First try. Alright, so, question then is, how many more wolves are left in here? At least one. Pretty sure I saw another one on the floor too, so... I could probably like sneak around and do this a little bit better, but feels unnecessary. Alright, all this stuff is cool, but this isn't actually what we came in here for. Or what we wanted a frost cave for. What we want is the doorways. We're just, you know, taking everything else because we can. But in particular, these doorways, sometimes when you break them, you get iron. Huzzah! Early iron. Okay, I think there's another wolf around the corner. Also very possible that there are just bats nearby. Okay, it's just bats. Whenever I break these curtains, I like to do a little crouch, see if like things can hear me or not. Basically, good way to check and see if you know, you're about to get ambushed by an wolf or a cultist. Do we care about the fine wood? Not so much. Do we care about bronze? Also not so much. But yeah, you can destroy these braziers, however you pronounce it. For sometimes you'll get coal, sometimes you'll get bronze. Frost caves are very rewarding in the early game. High risk, High reward. Yeah, we don't have enough for it. I could take... You know what? Because our rested buff fell off, I'm gonna go outside real quick and just kind of chill by the entrance and rest, get our rested buff. Should also be really, really mindful. This is actually the more dangerous part, being on a mountain at night. Very scary. The earlier in the game you are, the scarier wolves are, and like 1 and 2 star wolves at in packs, so hard to deal with. Where is that bat? Here comes that bat. Oh, I mean, fedrings are a little dangerous too, but no, I'm talking about just regular starred wolves. Because they are so fast, and they're likely to stagger you off of one singular attack. Normally the second attack kills you. If the first one doesn't, just straight up. If you have, like, no armor in the early game, right? I like fen rings, as, you know, as a design. I'm not the hugest fan of their lack of drops, but they are a very cool enemy. Always good to have enemies that make you scared. Yeah, just always good to have enemies that make you scared. And I'm the thing you should be worried about. What? That might have some iron. Oh, I might be dead here. Yep. I got greedy. As soon as I saw that cultist, I should have just headed straight back up the straight up the stairs and shot at it from above. That was stupid. But at least I can make food now. We were low on, or we didn't have any more stamina food, so something. At least there's a silver lining, which is something that we'll need to take on those werewolves. Keck. Yeah. What do we do when we fall? We get back up. And usually punch the person who pushed us over in the face. But that's besides the point. That is very factual. We are essentially immortal. I should have ate the food before going into sleep. I done goofed. But, you know, what else is new? This is why I say I'm accident prone. My execution is not the best. And anyone who tells you otherwise is a liar. But yeah, honestly, this shouldn't be a bad death run. We have the campfires going up the side of the mountain. Probably enough foods to not have to worry about it too much. And honestly, it's just kind of like a straight shot into the cave, right? And then from there, our pathway should be clear. So the only thing that we really have to worry about is if the cultist is literally standing on top of our tombstone, but he should path away from it. So yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be. And this is also the reason why we clear the bats, even though they were kind of annoying, or even though they were just annoying, basically. But we'd be a lot more fearful of the bats here without, you know, armor on. But all right, so we have one death due to the dumbs. So far, not so bad. We're also totally okay going up the mountain as long as there's not a blizzard. That would be bad. I shouldn't have said anything. Stamina, go, go, go. Yeah, our fires are gonna go out, but it's not too far up, so. Very, very sus, though. Yum. Okay. Death is a temporary inconvenience. Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Like, part of it I think is just the, it's to give you, like, a sense of, like, oh, hey, I need to be careful and, like, not die type of a thing, you know, because it's risky. But, yeah, it's really just inconvenient a lot of the time. Huh. Well, there's the cultist kind of camping our body a little bit. Easy peasy. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I'm the biggest fan of it either. Especially for certain things, like, you know, like being in the mountains, you need to have stuff that makes it so that you don't get cold, right? So it can be a little obnoxious when it's like, oh yeah, I had my cape that, you know, gave me resistance to frost, but now it's stuck up on the mountain. I guess we're already kind of in here, right? So I think we need a little bit of these furs later, but I don't know how many. I don't think we need the Fenrir's Claws at all, but just to be on the safe side, I'll take them anyways. How much? We have 22 red jute. Totally good on that. Do not need more. Too far. Ah! Not sure how I was freezing there, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the Ashlands is brutal. Like, I remember having a little bit of trouble with the Mistlands, like when it first came out, and then I think I waited a little bit, saw some like content, like I watched like a Mistlands preparation video by Nick Rawcliffe, and that helped me a lot, and I was like, oh, okay, like after kind of learning about it, the Mistlands stopped being so like difficult. The Ashlands though, Ashlands sucks. I have no idea, but shout outs to all of you guys. That's a cultist. That's another cultist. Sneak attack. Not a sneak attack. Unfortunate. Whoop. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people kind of like to lurk. Honestly, I'm surprised that people even like to lurk. But I appreciate each and every single one of you. Alright. Let's take out some wolves and then break this door down. Not sure why that wolf is missing like half of its HP. Spin the wolf. Did he just get stuck on another wolf and I shot that wolf? I think that's what happened. Another! Okay. Might be clear now. Oh, not very clear. I rescind my statement. Well, how does it look? Looks clear. You said it was clear! I said it looks clear! Well, how does it look now? Looks clear? Chronicles of Riddick Pitch Black is such an amazing movie. Okay, gotta make sure that none of these lead down hallways. Okay, I saw the pedestals down here, so that's kind of the sign that they don't lead into another room. You know, with a cultist or a wolf waiting to munch on your face. I was already in here, wasn't I? I'm a little disoriented. I don't see any more eyeballs that are peeping at me. Doesn't mean there's not another wolf around the corner, though. Oh, is that another doorway? Yes. And it goes nowhere. Give me that iron. Yes! Iron! That's a stone cutter. Success! Okay. Other scraps, leave them behind. Obsidian, we'll get that later when it's actually relevant. We have a lot of Fenris hairs. Good to know. Resin, get out of here. Okay, I think that we're probably good on the Fenris hairs. Yeah. I mean, we need a little bit more than just the stonecutter for my idea, but I think anyways. We'll see. I have to do a little bit of there's a little bit of stuff I may have to test. But the stonecutter allows us to test that. I should have tested it over the weekend, to be honest, but I wasn't thinking about it, so I don't know. For my weekend kind of, you know, like being off and kind of hanging out with friends and stuff, I did play Valheim and test some stuff, but I didn't test everything that I had thought about, so. Raids are on really low. I find them to be more disruptive than anything else, but I don't know. Oh. This didn't go nowhere. This went all the way through. I see. Good to know. I broke down this door. Okay, I think that's all the doors. And our inventory is pretty full, so basically good to get out of here, I think. Here, right? Did we already go down here? Because this is where we died to the cultist, right? Yeah. And then I think that we cleared this out already. Yeah, like, personally, I don't really like building, like, the base defenses, so a lot of the time it's literally just like, oh, hey, you're in the middle of, like, repairing your armor to, like, go out and do this other thing. Here's some trolls that you literally have to deal with, or otherwise they're just gonna smash up your base. So it's like, okay, I guess I'll go deal with them. Or, hey, here's a bunch of skeletons. You're in, like, 0 risk of dying, but they're gonna beat up your stuff if you don't kill them, so deal with them. It's like, okay, I guess I'll go deal with them. Yeah, troll raids are kind of the worst. I don't find them particularly, like, difficult or anything like that, but, like, for people who are not prepared for them, like, at all, it's kind of mean, honestly. Oh. Well, I guess we were leaving anyways, but for some reason I thought that the entrance was down there somewhere. I thought I saw, like, bright white light and was like, okay, I'm gonna go this other way. Huh. I don't remember a ramp leading up. Don't mind me. I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, so the only other thing that I'd be really, really interested in here is a stone structure or a log cabin for the chance at onion seeds, but I don't really have the campfires to go looking around too much. So we'll take a little peek-see up here really quick. I don't really see much. See a wolf. We can always come back. There's definitely more to this mountain. It's pretty big. And we can always run along the side too and, like, look up and see if we see anything. There's a drake that I kind of want to pop though. Oh, there's a lot more. Okay. let's try to slide down the mountain, pick up the wolf materials that we, dropped earlier. Should have enough space for them, I think. We're not dying too fast. Just fast enough. And we'll mark that off. Alright. So we got the main thing that we needed out of the frost caves. Which means we can do a little bit of testing, which is good because I guess it's probably a good thing to do before I had planted my pine cones, but I'm a little bit of a doofus sometimes, so something we don't talk about, Bruno. Quick, troll, get the skellies. Mostly because I don't feel like it. You did it! Dreams don't die. What are we dropping? Rock, resin, wood. Gives us a little bit of space. Yeah, I kind of figured we weren't going to be able to carry everything though. Things are heavy. Yeah, we can always come back, I suppose. These mats aren't super important. Blue bus though. Oh no, we can't even carry the blue bus. Alright. The music is like very faint, but I really like the violin in the Black Forest music. Oh, okay, that's the old camp as opposed to the new camp. Okay, get rid of that marker. I saw that birch out of like the corner of my eye. Thought it was a troll. It looked blue for some reason. Not sure what that was about, but yeah, that's probably enough to be able to carry everything. Guess we don't even have to portal and then come back. It's the hoarder and me, the hoarder and you. That's why we're going back for materials that are basically irrelevant. Keyword being basically. I can use the troll hide to upgrade this troll cape, and I might actually do that, honestly, so. Whoa, I couldn't even tell that that was a log. Oh, we're using it. We're using the troll bow right now. The troll bones are kind of relevant. Yeah. We went out searching specifically for trolls. I crafted the finewood bow, and then I was like, okay, let's go out and look for trolls, specifically for the troll bones. Though it was more for the chest piece, but I mean, it's like, oh well, we get the chest piece, and then we get the bow, so. Huntsman bow is next. That's the iron tier bow. Yeah. It has the special hidden effect of it deals less, or it does like less sound than other bows, which is a kind of interesting thing. It means that you know, enemies aren't gonna aggro from as long of a distance when you like when you attack things. We talked a little bit about sound stuff during the spears run, since it's very relevant to spears. Since you can use spears to actually like aggro things from further away. Since the thrown part of spears does like a ton of noise, and you can use that for like various things, like aggroing like the queen, for instance, is a big one. Or, you know, sometimes if you just want like a bunch of boars, instead of like having them spread out, you're just like, oh, I want them to just attack me. Yeah. Things and stuff. I don't actually... I've only upgraded the Ashfang once, actually. I was using magic when the Ashlands first came out, so I wasn't using bows on that run. So I've only actually done one singular run using bows into the Ashlands, which was the vanilla run that we did here on the stream. So that was actually the first run that I did here on YouTube. So I don't necessarily have like a favorite. I believe that I upgraded it to the poison version though, for like the mobilize. But I don't remember. I would recommend the wizardry. It's also a Therzie mod, along with like the armory. It goes hand in hand with it. Allows you to do... You have it? Okay. Yeah. I'd recommend it. We actually did that run. That was the second run that I did on the channel. Oh? I'm curious. I guess this is kind of our mountain box. Probably doesn't need entrails in it. Okay, wood arrows almost out. Firebolts almost out. Gotta restock. Blueberries. We have lots. Let's mix more Queen's Jam while I'm thinking about it. Wood. Need some feathers. I think we have a second stack started somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you know what? Instead of wasting more wood on wood arrows, let's just upgrade to flint arrows since we have 117 of them. But yeah, you mind sharing the mod that you've been looking at, Logar? Magic plugin. Adds armor, staffs, rings, earrings, necklaces. Huh. Right on. Let me add that to my little notepad. Magic plugin. I'll have to take a look at it at some point. At the very least, I'll, you know, like, poke at it and probably end up bookmarking it. I'm always interested in new mods because modded Valheim is fun. Oh, quiet down over there, dear. Nobody's bothering you. Poured in all the honey. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a little sleepy. Ooh. Get a big stretchy in. Okay, it is getting late, so think that we are... Alright, good night, Logar. I'm about to close up anyways, I think, so... Yeah, I'm gonna do like just a little tiny bit of testing on a thing or two, but yeah, I think that tomorrow we'll probably be starting on the base construction, at least trying to start anyways. Stone cutter, where are you? There you are. 4 stone. I probably also need a little bit more stone. Yeah. Walls. Alright. These oak trees are actually a really good place to test what I want to test. If I had a workbench here. Anyways. What are materials? It's all good. Okay. Workbench. Stone cutter. And now we test things. In particular, if I do something like this, let me take this, and go like that. It stays. What about that? That stays. Okay, good, good. If we do that... Wait, that stays? I was gonna say, that one definitely breaks, right? Okay, what about... Okay, so that one is like partially in the tree, so that's why it's staying. If I do... Okay, that's... Okay, so if I kind of like wedge them between, then yeah, I can get like one that stays. Okay, so I can definitely kind of finagle this. This is definitely like the preview of how we're going to get dumb things to work. And what if I break these? Because those aren't doing anything, right? That's apparently touching tree? I don't know how that's touching tree, but apparently that's touching tree. So then as long as I do that... Will that break? Honestly, I'm not sure how like some of these are actually staying up. But they're staying up, so that's all that really matters. Okay. So oaks good. Oaks work. But beyond oaks, something that we need to test are things like beech tree, for example. Apparently you hold rock. That work. Okay. So what I kind of need then, I might need some more pine cones, maybe, depending, but yeah, they'd probably have to be probably have to be about 5 meters apart, I guess. Or I could probably do like the corner, maybe. Okay, it'll take some finagling, but I think it's gonna work. I think it'll work. I guess might as well go through the portal, right? And then, sure, we can find a spot over here. So this would be very, very easy to do with just like iron, because we can make iron bars, cage floors to just hold stone, and these can like just like snap to trees and be totally fine. Stone floors, on the other hand, like, are gonna have a little bit more trouble because they need to have something kind of like holding them up or like underneath them to keep them going, or to keep them up. So if they're kind of like hovering, even if they're touching like another rock piece, they're not going to stay up in the same way that wood does. So my idea here is we do something along the lines of, maybe we take like a piece like this, attach it to a pine tree, then we take this piece, snap it in there so that it's like part of the way through the pine tree. Yeah, and then we kind of need to do that like on different pine trees, but basically as long as it's like part of the way through the tree, right? It's considered to be supported. And then if we can space it right, if this is surrounded on both sides by pieces, I don't think it matters. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe the alignment's a little bit off there, but I think that if it's kind of squeezed between two other pieces, that it might be able to stay up without iron support, but I don't know. Maybe we just plant a few pine trees in a row, and we just put them kind of every few meters, and we can have like a line of them, and that can support, and we'll put them a little bit closer than these, right? And then we can just have like a 2 by or like a 2 wide stone section, and that's literally just to be able to support either like a campfire so that we have a fire buff in our treehouse, and we can put stuff down like our well, I was thinking that we could put like our smelter and like our charcoal kiln up there, basically. With iron, it'd be really easy to make like a wider area. So maybe we do it eventually, but like maybe what we do is we just have the outpost on the ground, and that'll be kind of where we put all this stuff until we can start actually farming for iron. And for right now, we'll just focus on getting, you know, like the base stuff. Basically anything that can be put down on, like, you know, wood floors, that's the stuff that we can put up in the treehouse. So that's the basic idea. I need to do a bunch of terrain manipulation though, amongst other things, and we're gonna need a bunch of wood for, you know, building the actual structure, blah blah blah. So it's gonna be a lot of work, but I think it's gonna be cool. I think it's gonna be worth it. We'll see. But yeah, we'll kind of, I think, buckle down and focus on that, like at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. Today was mostly just about setting ourselves up for success with our weaponry and armor, you know, gathering resources, all that jazz. Then, you know, like I said, I wanted to get to the stonecutter, and maybe I kind of tunnel visioned on it a little bit and wasn't thinking about the fact that we wouldn't have like the proper iron for it through the frost caves, so I probably should have. I mean, we didn't spend much time in the frost caves anyways, but, you know, I probably could have spent more time going into like the swamp, right, to actually find like iron. So that's also a consideration too, because it'll give us more space to work with. But either way, we do need a lot more wood, and I need a lot of pine cones to make our pine trees. So yeah, I'll think a little bit more on it overnight, I suppose, and we'll figure out what we're doing with it tomorrow. Beyond that, I'm gonna say that yeah, very successful, like, you know, beginning of our foundations. Got a lot of stuff done, a lot of chatting. It was fun. So let me just say, thank you all for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed the content. I hope you had some laughs and, you know, were entertained and enjoyed yourselves. I'll be back again tomorrow. I start at 5:15 Pacific time or 8:15 Eastern time. If you're having fun with the content, then, you know, please consider hitting the like, sub, or the bell icons. Beyond that, I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your evening or the rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world and when you're watching this. I hope that you will spread love and kindness wherever you go, and that it will be returned to you in tenfold. I hope that you will join me again next time, and until then, everybody, have a wonderful evening. Gravy signing out.